of held you up a little bit over here. That was nice of it.
The problem is he's so fast on the straight and then slow on the corners. But I guess that's a practical.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a temperature? Is there
What comes around goes around, my man. Say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Forth and back, and just like that, you're going down for heaven's gate. I'm gonna tell it to the right, we're going down.
Did you know if you put your top lip and your bottom lip and you press them together, you will experience hot
That was good. All right, fellas, how are you? How is everyone tonight? It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. Now, I am early. I'm 10 minutes early, so don't freak out or anything. I'm just early because, because I'm early. No other reason. Um, at the end of the day, I've got a bunch of stuff going on, and I just decided to be a little tiny bit early, and that's okay. Now, what we're going to be doing tonight is we're going to be reviewing, and I'll probably say this a couple more times, but I'm going to be reviewing the feminism debate from GridCon 2. I have actually not. I mean, I saw parts of it, but I haven't actually seen the whole debate. I wanted to, but it's just really hard to do so. So this is going to be kind of, I haven't seen it. I don't know what was really said, and I mean it sounded good from where I was at. It seemed like there were some really good points that were made, and some points that needed to be made that weren't. So we're going to go through it. We're going to review it here in a few minutes. Glenn Lawrence will be joining us to help review this debate as an expert on feminisms. Glenn will bring a lot of expertise here, and I've invited a couple other people to join us. If they do, that's great. If they don't, that's great too. But it's going to be a good time tonight. I'm going to duck off camera here for a second. My focus is just a hair off, and we'll go from there. Okay. All right. So just give me 1 second, guys, and I will be right back. What can you do? I can only look so good. All right. Well, while we're waiting for Glenn to pop on and some other things, honestly, I've had a good time over the past few weeks, but it's also been very, very busy and very, very challenging. I've been accused of things. I have been, people have said shit, not necessarily true. I don't know. At any rate, we'll be getting us started here pretty soon. Go ahead and let's get set up here so we can. There's Glenn himself. Recorded Glenn, not live Glenn. So let's go ahead and put this here, and we're ready to go. I'm gonna just kind of sit here and bullshit for a couple of minutes while I'm waiting for Glenn to eventually pop on. Hopefully he's getting ready. And we're gonna have a good time talking about this tonight. Realistically, this was one of the better debates of the night. I thought. I think Taylor did very well. We'll get into who she is and why we brought her in and all of that here in a minute. I also thought Stardust did very well. And so we're gonna get into all of that. It's all of the debates at the event were really good. I'm picking on this one because Glenn and I can talk about feminism for we do it all the time. So we're always talking about feminism, anti-feminism, and all that kind of stuff. And so we're really getting ready to go here, and so. So anyway, we're gonna have we are gonna have a good time tonight. We're really gonna get some stuff going here. Give me just 1 second. Again, I am early, so I'm still kind of getting ready. So just give me another second here. I'm gonna mute down. There we go. Unmuted now. So this feminism debate was really good because Stardust is a feminist, but she's argued this many times, and she is actually I think she does a really good job of it. On the other side of that, Taylor is relatively new to debating, and actually, I think she's pretty new to the idea of being a conservative in this space. She has, we'll talk about her history and everything here in a few minutes. Really, kind of waiting for Glenn to jump on. Let me send him a text really quick. Let's see if he's ready. Man, it's been really busy lately. There's a lot of stuff going on. Not that that's bad. It's just an observation. Where you at, Glenn? Let's go. Let's go. Green. Go. Lots of things to do, lots of people to see, lots of things to say. I am really annoyed with the sheer number of spam calls I get lately. It's really crazy, really terrible. That's all right, I guess. Guess we'll just sit here. Kind of bullshit. I don't want to start the video until we get some people on here to talk about it. But we'll see. What in the world is keeping everybody? Probably camera issues. It seems to be the thing plaguing everyone these days, including me. Don't know why. Just is. Just is. Got a bunch of things going on to do. Got this business deal going on. I've got to send out a message, an email in the morning. It's gonna be crazy. It's like tons of stuff to kind of get through. Looking at buying a couple of different businesses, and there takes time. Takes a lot of time. It's pretty crazy. But it is what it is. Maybe Glenn's taking a little minute. I thought he was a pro. I'm kidding. He says he needs about 7 minutes. So we got 7 minutes to kill some time here, and then Glenn will hopefully be on. That's cool. If not, that's cool too, Glenn. You know, I get it. I get it. You know, we're all busy people. And it's all good. It's all good. Let's see if we can get shit. Can't. Nope, that won't work. Oh, let's see if we can get the Gibbs father on him. All right. All right. I probably should have just left the music playing. That would have been better. It's all good, though. So anyway, the event itself was awesome. We had a great time. I had a great time. Everybody had a great time, as near as I can tell. There is a constant comments on the lack of beer, alcohol. Now, first of all, I'm not really sure why that the venue did not allow alcohol. It was not my decision. It was the venue's decision. And it's basically tied to, I don't know this for certain, but I think the venue itself probably has an alcohol license or whatever, beverage license, whatever they call it. And if you have one of those, you can't do BYOB except under very specific circumstances. And I'm not sure we met those. And I'm not sure that, to be honest with you, I don't know that we didn't meet them or couldn't meet them. I just didn't want to deal with it. As well, we had some other issues with, even if we had it, if I provided it, and served it, I have to have a server's license, which is like a 2-hour course online. It's not a big deal. Probably no big deal to do it. I just didn't want to add more and more complexity and also just risk anything, especially with, the potential for bad actors in our midst. So we didn't want to do that. That's why I didn't have any alcohol. It is what it is. We probably could have gone ahead and done it. That's all right. In other news, you've got a lot of stuff going on with in the degenerate camp right now with Destiny and Kyla and Not So Erudite and a bunch of other people, and it's kind of interesting to watch. It's really kind of interesting to it's really pretty interesting to watch. It's really interesting to see what's going on out there right now on both sides of the, I guess, both sides of the table, you would say. And man, it's just really interesting. So one of the things about this debate, while I'm waiting on Glenn here, is Glenn and I didn't get to see the debates. We didn't get to watch them. Occasionally, we would be over there working the cameras, or we would be working the video, something like that. And so we didn't actually get to watch any of the debates, or very little of the debates. And so I honestly have no idea what any of these folks said. I don't have any idea I mean, I've got some sound bites, no, you know, and that's about it. But I don't really have anything like, I don't really have a strong sense of who won, who lost. So we're gonna go through this. We're going to go through this debate, and you know, and just listen, and then pick it apart, analyze it, see what see what I agree with, what I don't agree with, and then we're going to talk a lot about feminism tonight, and probably more anti-feminism than anything else. So you know, and that'll be fine. You know, we've got some stuff to do, I guess. I was going to have Admiral Gibbs on. Admiral Gibbs is busy. He can't be on. I don't know if there's anybody else that I really kind of want to have come up and kind of talk about this. It would have been it. I have I've sent out some invites to some other people, Darkside Deaconess, for example, who is currently reviewing that very debate. You know, hopefully we'll come over in just a second. And there's Glenn Lawrence. What's up, man?
Yo, what's good?
You know, man, I don't know it. I'm you know, we're just having a good time over here, I guess. I don't know. What's new with you?
I just had dinner with Pearl, Tacitus, just having a good time.
Okay.
Just fellowshipping, socializing with friends.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to go through this debate. Now, I don't really have a real like strong viewpoint on it because I didn't actually get to watch much of it. Right. I don't know whether, you know, I don't know what these ladies did or said or anything. So I guess we should probably just go ahead and get into it. Right. And and see what they got going on. Now, first up is going to be the introductions. Okay. And actually, I need to. Well, I'll just leave it alone.
Who's that asshole?
I know who that asshole is. Why do we not have volume? All right, hold on. Did we not have volume? I didn't have any volume.
I can't hear you.
You didn't hear it? Okay, let me.
Was this the part where I muted myself though?
It could be. Let's run it a couple more minutes.
Yeah, I think I might be muted. Just speed it up.
Debate opponent said.
You know, I actually,
we didn't hear it. We don't hear anything.
So I didn't hear too much of what she said, but I'm sure it's going to be an interesting debate. I know that she has a unique history with this. She herself was a feminist, though I think she was probably a different strain of feminist than I was. So, or I am. So yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of explore that and see where we meet and where we don't meet.
What is going to be your main approach? Like, is your approach like all feminism is good, or are you saying like there's sects of feminism that is probably not as good for society as some others?
So feminism as a whole is a very diverse ideology, right? And not every, you know, in fact, feminists often disagree with each other, but the main arguments, the main goals of feminism are the equality of opportunity, right? For women, right? Not necessarily that for them to shirk responsibility or anything like that, just that when needed and when wanted, they have the ability to go out and do what they need to, right?
What would you say to somebody that says, okay, I agree with you, but women should have the shared equal opportunity for consequence?
Absolutely. I would agree with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Like when it comes to women falsely accusing men, right? There's no legally we have no statute on the law that says that you can actually serve time for certain things like that.
Yeah, sure. The issue with that is that it does create a chilling effect, and we do see that people will weaponize like court systems to silence people who haven't even brought like charges necessarily, right?
Yeah.
So in some cases, like I agree there should be some consequences for things like that, but I think those consequences are going to be much more on a social sense, and they're going to come from like a much larger.
So you don't think there should be like a legal consequence?
I think it makes a precedent. It's like if any guy, let's say a guy accuses another guy of assaulting him, right, or physically hitting him.
But we have it one way right now, like where a guy can be accused, right, of doing something.
But then, so I'm trying to give you an example, right? Men can accuse a man, let's say,
This
can
is a
accuse
long
another man
intro.
of hitting him or
It's
beating
like
him
you're
up, right?
debating her.
And if that doesn't fully come through, the man accusing him, I don't think he really gets charged, right? Like,
but socially though, that's not going to be damaging. As in, a man who's falsely accused, if the rumor gets out of the crime, right?
Sure,
and then his job is destroyed. He could,
it could destroy
publicly.
him. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that there should be huge social consequences from that for women who do those kinds of things. And I think that the social consequences themselves will lead on to if we're effective enough with it.
One other question when it comes to quality, though, the quality of the consequence. And this is like a big thing. That my argument would always be is like, okay, we see teachers, female teachers who have done stuff with their male students, and they're getting like house arrest or even be able to collect child support from.
And I don't think that's right.
Like,
man, this is long, Glenn. I didn't realize you went this long.
Scale on that.
Feminists in general are not the ones who are saying these women shouldn't be receiving the same harsh punishments as men who do the same thing. Feminists in general are very harsh on women who do those things.
What's up, horse guy? Good to see you.
If you look at the comment sections on Twitter for women who do these things, it's overwhelmingly men who are saying, "Oh, I wish I had a teacher like that," and men who are minimizing it. Right? If anything, feminists have historically brought more seriousness, more gravity to men who have been abused physically and sexually.
Well, I can't wait for this debate because this is one of the debates I've been wanting to look out for this all day. So thank you for joining us. Go ahead and go over to the debate stage and we could get ready going. So for those that are watching, if you.
All right, let me hide this for a second. So Glenn,
I won the debate.
Glenn always says he wins everything. Don't worry about it. It's just it's his MO, right? So
no, I always win everything. So it's called I win.
Yeah, it's called I win. It sounds like something my son would say.
Where do you think he learned it from?
Yeah, right. Whatever. All right. So it is interesting to me, to some degree, that we did. First of all, we didn't get to hear Taylor at all, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. And she was very quick, but you really kind of challenged Stardust, and basically. Very quickly, you guys, and it seemed like you guys weren't 100% disagreeing. So I'm curious, what did you think? What did you think about it?
So I wanted to present questions to her that's going to make her think about feminism in its entirety, right? Mm-hmm. By saying you want equality for all, then you should be advocating. This is where she's wrong. You should be advocating for equal punishment for women in false crimes.
Okay.
I wanted to get on a social thing.
Right.
Well,
okay.
That doesn't work.
Yeah. Let me just
jungle, okay? This is not your regular cat fight, so it's going to be a good one. So, is feminism bad for women and children? Get ready. If you guys are watching live, make sure you show your support. This is not easy. This does not come cheap. This does not come free. This has come at a cost. So we need your help. If you go to my channel, send your super chats there. Go to Grid's channel, send your super chats there. If you're watching on Twitch, send your super chats to Gibbs. All right? Back to Gibbs for the opening debate.
All right. Thank you so much. We're back over here. As I said before, I'm Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, Glenn, for getting us in there. Get us all your super chats in. We have Taylor Fogarty versus Stardust here. It's going to be exciting. I'm excited. So, guys, make sure you go follow them. Go follow all of our debaters today. It's going to be real good. We have more debate. Now we're getting into our more main card debates now. So we're just going to extend the time slightly on this one. So, yeah, I'm excited. We're going to be debating, is feminism bad for America? I believe you're the affirmative, and Stardust is going to be the negative. Sorry, I'm blanking on words today. That's okay. That's bad, but we're going to be fine. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to explain the rules. The rules are the same as we've been doing. 5-minute openings, 2-minute grace period. We're going to be doing about 20-minute periods now instead of the 15s that we were running. And then we're going to do, at the end of the first 20-minute period, super chats. 20-minute period. Then we're going to do another super chat round and then closing. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Fogarty, go ahead.
And her mic, obviously, she didn't hit the button to turn it on. I can even see that it's not turned on right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Press the button.
Okay, I'm gonna start over. I forgot I had to do a task. Okay. What's up, guys? Thanks for having me. So first, I'll go ahead and define feminism. So I would say feminism is a movement focused towards egalitarianism between men and women. Necessary.
All right. Before we get too far into this, to introduce the players, Taylor is a former sex worker. I believe she did OF. I haven't actually dug into it. She will be on the show next week, I think. She's doing she'll be kind of doing an interview with us next week. And so she is converted into a more well, I wouldn't call her a tradcon. I know Glenn kind of does, but I wouldn't. I consider her more of a conservative woman, right? I don't know that she's very traditional. I did not realize this, Glenn, but she's actually married. She has a kid. She's has.
Yeah,
I did not know that. I had not for some reason, and I think maybe it was because I may have been thinking of somebody else, but she. For some reason I had her down as like a single mom. I knew that she was a mom. I didn't realize that she'd just gotten married. So she's like freshly married. She's trying to live the more conservative Christian lifestyle, which is tough. She's in New York City, I believe, which, I mean, my God, that's rough. And yes, Horse God, this was both of these young ladies first in-person live debate. Everything else they've done has been over the internet, from the safety of their own studios. And so this is also very impressive, I think. All right, so let's listen to this opening.
Early feminism requires an oppressor-oppressed dynamic. So that oppressor being the patriarchy. So feminism is a naturally ordered movement that is moving towards the destruction of the patriarchy. I would say that this is an impossible task since patriarchy is just a reality. It's something we observe. This is a necessary structure of society. It is also incoherent to have egalitarianism when the oppressor class has to the oppressed class has to appeal to the oppressor class for their rights. So if women wanted a matriarchy, if they thought they were truly equal, they would just make it happen. They would just enact their own rights. The outcomes of feminism are tragic.
What do you think about that opening line there, Glenn?
I mean, she's not lying.
Do you think that most people think of feminism as an oppressor-oppressed dynamic?
Yeah, they adopt Marxism. Marxism needs to have an oppressor-oppressed class.
Okay.
So we don't have the same rights as women do. Yeah, but you don't have the same responsibilities as men do.
I mean, certainly that. I think that's fair. I think that's probably a valid statement.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just finish this up here.
Feminism replaces duty for women with privilege. They have a lot more privilege, which is actually what they want over some sort of equality. And I'll prove that tonight by showing you the disparities in many groups and jobs that are functionally all men. Men remain having duties in a patriarchal society. Women seemingly have no duties in a feminist society. I would say they have been excused from the duty of having children, and they are not having children. Societies that embrace feminism have bad birth rates. They have highly medicated women, and they have miserable women. And most importantly, I would say they have less safe children and women. So I'll have statistics to show you that children are far less safe in a feminist society. But overall, I would say patriarchy is good. We should embrace it. Having duties for women is good. And a society that protects their women and children is the best society to strive for, and that is patriarchy. So we should reject feminism and embrace patriarchy. And I will leave that as my opening.
Well, thank you so
All right. So what do you think about that, Glenn?
I think she hit. Oh, hold on. Need to turn this down.
Yeah, you're
I
getting a
think
little
she
bit of echo
hit
back.
all the major spots, like all the major talking points. That would be for our argument. I mean, if he was going to lean more on the trad, like side, I probably would have brought up a biblical argument as well. Be like it is an inversion to what God created hierarchy.
Sure.
It puts women above men or equal to men, and that's not the way that God created the hierarchy of relationships. So I would say feminism in itself is anti-Christ. Anything that's anti-God is anti-Christ. So I would say feminism is anti-Christ, like belief system.
I'm going to come back to that because I'm really interested in your viewpoint on how the how this all works out with feminism and trying to make a lot of claim, trying to be involved in the church, and we've talked about that before. So let's go ahead and go to Stardust.
Miss Stardust, you're up. Oh, so yeah, push the button. Did you?
Is check.
Good.
Okay.
All right, good. Go ahead.
Is there a way to?
Yeah, absolutely. You just
Sorry, I'm a little bit challenged.
He has to help her with the mic.
Maybe I'm also
feminism at work, ladies and gentlemen. Feminism at work. Glenn, they're saying you have a terrible echo.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't have
Okay,
echo
hold
on my end.
Hi,
but
I'm
I think it's because of the way you're sharing. Are you sharing this?
Thank you for
Through
agreeing
Discord?
to this debate. I look forward
No.
to it. I think you have a really unique
Okay, hold on.
perspective. So for today's debate, my position is that no, feminism is not bad for women and children. In fact, it's the contrary. There's a lot of misconceptions about feminism.
How about
and
now?
there are a lot of
Is there
different
an echo?
flavors of feminism.
I don't have an
But
echo
at
at all
its
for
core,
you. But they're saying you're echoing
it's basically about how history and the human experience have been viewed through the perspective of men, and women have been secondary to that. And it's about the belief that we want to ensure women's freedom and equality of opportunity, not necessarily equality in its sense,
like
and equality of outcome, but equality of opportunity, right? Because
Can I
men
mute
and
the
women
video?
are different,
Yeah,
and
mute
that's
the video
totally
real quick.
fine. I think we're going to
Alright,
see
hang
that. In fact, in more,
All right, can you get off the screen?
Sorry?
Take the video off screen.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys hear an echo? Because now I don't hear an echo when you're sharing the video. When you're sharing the video, I can't hear myself. I was hearing myself when you were sharing the video, but I don't hear I'm not hearing the echo now when I
Still
talk.
echo.
Hold on. No, we just took the idiot video down. No, see, it says all good now, fixed. So it's when you're sharing the video and I'm talking, they have an echo.
Huh. That's never happened before. That's weird.
Yeah, could be a glitch.
Yeah.
Do you want me to hop out and hop back in?
Yeah, try that. I'll go ahead and put this back up. Yeah, go ahead. That's really weird. Just give him a minute, guys. He'll be back in. So what do you guys think about this? I mean, what do you think about Taylor's opening statement? Glenn's back. Guess we don't get to get in.
How about now? Nope, I'm still hearing echo.
I have no echo on my end.
Yeah, I hear an echo on my end. I can hear myself through my speakers when I'm talking when we have the video up. So when you want to pause the comment, just drop the video.
That's really interesting.
But I'm also
Why would you have it when the video is up?
I'm also seeing a lag on your end.
On my end?
Yeah.
God, everything looks.
Or you're moving really slowly.
Yeah, I am moving really slowly. I am actually moving really slowly because I'm trying to think of why this would be, because it's two separate sound paths.
Yeah, I know.
So
it's on Grid's fault.
It's all my fault. Yeah, it's all my fault.
I'll mute myself and then drop the video down when you want me to comment. So it doesn't echo.
We'll do that. Okay. Let's finish out. Let's hear this opening. Well, it can't be the video because the video is muted right now.
It's how you're sharing.
But I'm just sharing it normally.
I don't know what to tell you, Grid.
It's very
It's
strange.
not me.
All right.
Equality of opportunity societies, we do see women and men drift even further apart in the careers that they choose, and that's completely fine. But I do think that we want to ensure that there's equality of opportunity. We want to ensure that women have the right to own a bank account, have a job, have the freedom of movement in society, because these are things that protect women, right? The vast majority of violence that women in general receive is within their own homes, if you look statistically, right? Secondly, I would say, I imagine people think that feminism has betrayed women and children because of the high frequency that women go out and decide to work and provide for themselves. I imagine that some people think that women are betraying their biological needs and wants to create a family and care for their offspring. But I would push back on that. Women have not just recently started working. Women have been working globally and historically. They've always worked. In fact, the idea that women didn't work outside the home is quite the myth. It was only true for a select group of women who were wealthy enough within a specific era. In fact, in a lot of traditional society, it wasn't just women that worked, it was children that worked too. There was rampant child labor. The idea that feminism was anti-family was started back in the 70s.
Hold on. She just said rampant child labor. What in the world? Like, seriously? Like,
they don't have a problem with child labor.
But
because here's the thing: people don't have a problem with child labor because you know what? Everybody buys shit from China now.
How in the world did like?
How does feminism stop child labor? Look at Japan. Look at China.
Oh man!
Look at East LA. We still got sweatshops with children in it.
Yeah, this is nuts. I mean, what now we're talking about child labor is rampant child labor in the past. Like, we don't have it today. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
When conservatives systematically accuse feminists in the women's movement of betraying the family or not caring about the family. If anything, feminism has pushed for more benefits for families historically. Feminists were vital in the 70s when it came to changing how we valued unpaid homemaking labor. Because of this, ever since 1977, homemakers have had their own IRAs to save for retirement independently of their spouses. Feminists also push for paid family leave and paid sick days, not just for women, but for men too. So those who were on hourly wages could take paid leave to take care of their children and other family members. Feminists pushing for welfare rights and guaranteed income is also an important thing to remember. It implied that we as a society need to value caretaking and that mother's caretaking is inherently of value and something that other groups said but never advocated for in a meaningful way. Feminism has not hurt women and children. In fact, society has hurt women and children and betrayed them over history, time and time again.
Hold on. Let me make sure I heard that right. Glenn?
Yeah, no, I agree with her. Society has hurt women and children, but feminism has infiltrated society. So therefore, society has been infiltrated.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Therefore, feminism
you're removing the protections, right? Like it's like taking the safety off the nukes.
It's like this. It's like, the feminists wanted the sexual revolution. They
Yes.
wanted the birth control pill,
Yes.
right? That is society affecting women and children.
Mm-hmm.
Men commercialized it. Don't get me wrong. Men are not innocent in any of this either.
Right. Yeah. No. We're certainly plenty of men, bear responsibility, at least some responsibility. So
I would say even the majority of it.
yeah. Well, and
Because-
we'll get into that maybe if we have time.
Yeah.
Let's get into this again.
Yep.
There we go. Hit play.
Idea that 50% of the population would not work in any scenario would be devastating to any economy. I can list things that feminists have brought about legally that have actually benefited families. We can look at national growth rates, child marriage rates, things like these are a result, the declining of child marriage rates, the increasing of national growth rates, the maternal mortality rates falling. These are things because of advocacy from feminism. And feminism hasn't just helped women, it helps men too. There's legal paternity rights that feminists have historically advocated for, sexual assault awareness that feminists have advocated for, not just for women, for men, support for male survivors of domestic abuse, despite the fact that women tend to be overwhelmingly the victims of this, is still something that feminists have advocated, that male survivors of DV need to be supported and need to have protections. And advocacy for male victims of human trafficking.
Hold on. Stop. Where's my? Hold on. Pause. I just want to make sure that I heard what I thought I heard, Glenn. Did she just say male survivors of DV?
Yeah, that was a lie.
Okay. All right. Because I wanted to make sure I heard.
Yeah.
What I heard, because that's okay. I can't wait to see how she ties all this in, Glenn.
If that's the case, why is there only VAWA?
Yeah.
Violence Against Women Act. If feminists were advocating for violence against male spouses, where's the VAMA?
Well, she's saying that feminism has helped prevent male DV against men.
Yeah, and so then where's the law for VAMA? There's no
wouldn't
violence
that be
against
hold
men
on, wouldn't that be the ultimate feminism for a woman to be beating her dude's ass?
Yeah, that's equality.
That's equality, right? Like, wait a minute. Okay, this is I wanted to make sure I heard that right, because I didn't think I heard that right.
It is very typical of feminists to fight amongst themselves, but I think the core values are the equality of opportunity for women when they need it and if they want it.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, chat, please get all your super chats and everything in. We'll be reading them in a little brief moment. All right. Y'all can go ahead and fight amongst yourselves. Go ahead.
All right.
Before we get before we get started here, Glenn, so what do you think about these openings?
So I think Stardust's opening's a bunch of bullshit. It sounded good, but it's not reality. Because I would be pressing her on all her talking points. I'm like, what legislation has feminists passed that has lowered the domestic violence against men from women? And she won't be able to give me one legislation, but we have VAWA, the Violence Against Women's Act.
Right. We definitely have that.
But there's no VAMA, no Violence Against Men Act. So if feminists champion for violent, domestic violence, that we would have VAMA. So that was a lie. I would have pressed her on that. That'll be the first thing, if I was Taylor, what I would press her on is go point by point and systematically do it. I thought Stardust's opening was just based on coke. It's like all bullshit.
Yeah. So Taylor's opening was a pretty standard anti-feminism opening.
Yeah, it had all
the salient points. It left her some room to move. It's a good opening. It wasn't hard on any one point. It was just kind of not a shotgun effect, but just kind of covered the bases so that wherever Stardust decides to go, she's kind of laid it out where she can maneuver.
What I would have done if I would have
Stardust is trying to poison to me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Stardust to me is trying to poison the well from the word go. She's talking about how feminism has led to greater equality for men as well as women, when I don't believe that's true at all. She is definitely pro-feminism. I actually heard myself echo that time.
My bad.
Yeah, your sensitivity might be just a hair up. But it's really interesting how the difference in opening. Stardust opening, while I think is not bad faith, I think there's a little bit of the poisoning of the well early on, just kind of setting it up for this bias towards that feminism actually helps men. And yes, Donna, just so you know, the players, the white sweater tattoo girl is the anti-feminist. The girl opposite of her, Stardust, is the feminist. Okay. All right. Let's.
So what I would have done if I was Taylor, this is how I would have opened up. I've been like, my opponent here is going to tell you that feminism has been good for women and children, right? But you have to answer but she's going to have to contest answering these questions. Why are more women more depressed, right? There are more women on SSRIs, right, than they have ever been before. And how could she say it's actually benefited children when feminism has led to more abortions than ever before? Feminism, since abortions has been legalized, has killed more than 60 million people. That's more people died from abortions than any war. So you can't.
And we'll get into that. We're going to get into that.
Led into that, if she would have made Stardust have to answer to that in the very beginning in her opening, Stardust would have would not be able to use that approach that she used in her opening.
Yeah. Donna, Stardust is the feminist. Taylor is the anti-feminist, and Taylor is the one that was an OF girl, a sex worker or whatever. So, So all right. So let's get back into it. Let me pop this up there, make it big. There we go.
I'm just going to respond to a few of the things you said.
Mhm.
So,
One second. Make sure you're speaking in the mic.
Okay,
You're
I unmuted
I don't
it
think
though.
you're muted. I just want to make sure
Yes.
you're speaking in the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it feels like maybe you contradicted yourself a little bit, because you say that you want women to have equal opportunity, and that feminists have been working for 100 years now for equal opportunity, but then you also say they've always worked. So what are these opportunities?
So when I say feminism has been advocating for equal opportunities, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that women haven't been working. Women have been working for centuries, right? They always have been. But feminism itself has advocated for workers' rights, for family leave, for sick days, for paternity leave, for maternity leave, things like that.
Okay. So right out of the gate, it seems like Stardust is kind of laying a false trail, because I don't believe that feminism did any of that. And feminism, suffrage was only passed because of men. When women in the 1920s, when women were in control and pushed the Volstead Act through and banned alcohol, it created a tremendous amount of crime and just really bad things in America. So I don't know that Stardust has a salient point here. What do you think, Glenn?
No, she doesn't. She's trying to convince the audience based off with no evidence. There's no evidence. She's trying to say, because I say so, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I say so. All right, let's get this back up here.
And so I'll get to that point, but something I think you're kind of like implying that women have always worked as they have today, which let's say back before 1950, around the night in the early like 20th century, only 6% of mothers were working full-time outside of the home. Today it's 70%. So this isn't working like they've always been working. Sure, they always had like part-time jobs, they were maybe teachers, they would work a lot of the times on the homestead, on the farm.
Yeah,
so
and
I
that
agree
would be,
with you, and I think it's a bad feminist talking point to be like, we could never work, which you're right, they could.
They always did.
But not like today.
Well, but here's the thing: they did work. Working on a homestead is not easy work.
I agree.
Right? That is actually grueling work when you think about it.
I agree.
And this was the only reason why we don't consider it work is because women's work wasn't valued. Right? Women's work wasn't valued. That's why it's not considered work.
Yeah,
but it was. Right?
It's kind of just an emotional assertion.
Let
that
me know if
nobody
you made a
valued it.
pause,
Like,
Glenn.
No,
do you
nobody
have
did,
evidence
right?
for that?
Because there was no payment for it, right? There was no payment for it,
Okay.
and it was grueling work. And to say that they didn't work outside the home just because they were working on the homestead, that's crazy, right? It's grueling work. Most women in the world work in agriculture, right? And
Donna,
most
let
of
me
them
know.
don't get
Let me
paid.
know. Let me know what you got.
I'm not disagreeing with you that
right?
that's not. I think being a mother is one of the hardest jobs in the world. I am a mother. I 100% believe that. But my point here is that what feminists like to do a lot in this idea of like the unpaid labor is I think what they're doing is degrading the role of motherhood to a job instead of what it is actually called, which is a vocation, something that you are passionate for, that you aren't paid for, that is outside this transactional mindset. I think to say that it's akin to something transactional, like clocking in at the Excel sheets factory.
I wouldn't say
is
that.
akin to
I would say the
motherhood.
reason why we bring up monetary compensation, we talk about like monetary protections, is because let's say, things can happen in a family, right? Where a provider dies, right? Or something happens where the provider ends up not being the greatest person and you have to end up fending for yourself and your children, right? In those cases, being able to be compensated, even though we don't really put a value on taking care of children, even though we say that it's like the most important thing in the world, the ability to leave that situation or provide when something goes wrong, when your partner is no longer around, that's really important, right? And women have been left destitute because, in the past.
So I agree that bad things can happen. I also agree that a mother could die and a father could be left to take care of his children and feel unprepared for that. Yeah. So there's a lot of, I hear from feminists, a lot of fear mongering of, okay, well, what if you, commit yourself to a family? What if you never work and your husband abuses you or he dies and you can't be a stay-at-home mom. You can't commit to this beautiful vocation that you were meant to do, best thing for your children, best thing for you, because something bad might happen. When I can easily fearmonger the other way and say, well, what if you, I don't know, go to school for, 5 years and become a dentist or something, and then you get in an awful accident and you can't be a dentist. Like, I can do the same fear mongering the other way, right? And say there's always bad things can happen.
All right. I like how Taylor handled this, but I think she could have done a little better. What do you got, Glenn?
No, I agree. I like how the way she handled it, but she should have retorted back better. She could have fired something back better. I think she would say if she would have said we have minimized the value of moms, right?
Right.
And we tell women that the career is better than being a mother.
Yeah. I think she did a great job by not taking the bait and saying that, men worked and women stayed home. I think she threw Stardust off a little bit by not going to that point, but I think that she really didn't give a more effective retort, or even a kind of a pushback on. It's not just the fact that you might lose an income. That was a weird place to take that, right? Like, you're kind of pre-planning that you're going to be alone, always alone, and that's why are you doing that, right? Like, why is this part of your estimation? I think she counters it effectively with the insurance rhetoric, but it could have been done a little better, I think. I don't know what you feel about that. I just think that
No, I agree. She could have done much better, but she did a good job.
No, yeah. I'm not saying definitely she didn't actually like. I mean, she's doing damage to Stardust case. A lot of people, I've talked to people who've said both sides did really well. I've talked to some people that said that they felt like Stardust really did better than Taylor. I don't think so. I think when we start talking about birth rates and that sort of thing, Taylor does kind of drop the ball, but I don't know that it's enough. Let's find out. Let's get going.
Building a career for yourself is a good safety for these things when things go wrong at home,
But
right?
that could go wrong,
But
right?
but there is no there's when things go wrong with like a vocation and you can't provide with that specific vocation, you can go to another vocation. This is about being able to be independent and provide for yourself if something goes wrong, right?
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is this mindset around independence, I think, is something that is also toxic. To say, hey, women, like, do not commit to a family, do not commit to a man. You have to be independent, no matter what. I think that's not a good messaging.
I think
for
women should commit.
Whoa,
I think marriage.
Whoa,
And I think
Taylor, that's a major point. I didn't know she said that. Glenn, did you hear what she just said?
No, I'm sorry. Can you replay it back?
Yeah. Let me play this back because this is a major point.
Like today.
Well, but here's the thing: they did work. Working on a homestead is not easy work.
I agree.
Right? That is actually grueling work when you think about it.
I agree.
And this was the only reason why we don't consider it work is because women's work wasn't valued, right? Women's work wasn't valued. That's why it's not considered work.
Yeah,
but it was, right?
That's kind of just an emotional assertion that nobody valued it. Like,
no,
do you
nobody
have
did,
evidence
right?
for that?
Because there was no payment for it, right? There was no payment for it,
Okay.
and it was grueling work. And to say that they didn't work outside the home just because they were working on the homestead, that's crazy, right? It's grueling work. Most women in the world work in agriculture, right? And most of them don't get paid.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing
compensated
with
for
you
it,
that
right?
that's not. I think being a mother is one of the hardest jobs in the world. I am a mother. I 100% believe that. But my point here is that what feminists like to do a lot in this idea of like the unpaid labor is I think what they're doing is degrading the role of motherhood to a job instead of what it is actually called, which is a vocation, something that you are passionate for, that you aren't paid for, that is outside this transactional mindset. I think to say that it's akin to something transactional, like clocking in at the Excel sheets factory.
I wouldn't say that.
I
would say the reason why we bring up monetary compensation, we talk about like monetary protections, is because let's say, things can happen in a family, right? Where a provider dies, right? Or something happens where the provider ends up not being the greatest person and you have to end up fending for yourself and your children, right? In those cases, being able to be compensated, even though we don't really put a value on taking care of children, even though we say that it's like the most important thing in the world, the ability to...
All right, I didn't hear this the first time. This is incorrect. We absolutely do put a value on taking care of children.
Important, right? And women have been left destitute because in the past.
So I agree that bad things can happen. I also agree that a mother could die and a father could be left to take care of his children and feel unprepared for that. So there's a lot of I hear from feminists a lot of fear mongering of, okay, well, what if you commit yourself to a family? What if you never work and your husband abuses you or he dies and you can't be a stay-at-home mom, you can't commit to this beautiful vocation that you were meant to do, best thing for your children, best thing for you, because something bad might happen. When I can easily fear monger the other way and say, well, what if you, I don't know, go to school for, 5 years and become a dentist or something, and then you get in an awful accident and you can't be a dentist. Like, I can do the same fear mongering the other way,
right?
And say there's always bad things can happen, sure, but that's not the majority.
Building a career for yourself is a good safety for these things when things go wrong at home,
but
right?
That could go wrong,
but there's when things go wrong with like a vocation and you can't provide with that specific vocation, you can go to another vocation. This is about being able to be independent and provide for yourself if something goes wrong, right?
Right. So I guess what I'm saying is this mindset around independence, I think, is something that is also toxic. To say, hey, women, like, do not commit to a family, do not commit to a man. You have to be independent, no matter what. I think that's not a good messaging.
I think women should commit. I think.
All right. So, whoops, the wrong button. What do you think about that, Glenn? This idea of independence is toxic.
Well, it is toxic.
Yeah,
it is toxic. And she's saying like, hey, yeah, I get it. There is a sense of There's a difference between being competent and independent. Being competent means being able to take care of yourself if you need to, right? A man has to always be competent. So he always has to take care of himself. But a woman being competent is not her being independent from her husband.
Right.
Like your wife is competent.
Yes.
But she's not independent of you.
Yeah.
So there's a difference there.
Yeah.
And this idea that women have to be independent from their men, that's the toxicity. Because now you're saying when two are joined together, we're not really two joined together. I'm still just me.
Yeah, and I think that that's what Taylor's driving home here is that is a toxicity. That's something that needs
That's
to be
poisoning relationships.
Yeah, right. Well, dang it.
Wouldn't
Sorry.
want, let's say I'm the moneymaker and my husband ends up being really good at taking care of the kids. I wouldn't want him to if something happened to me, to not be able to take care of our
Yeah,
children.
but we have safety
right?
nets in place for that, life insurance, things like that.
Not everybody does.
We sure.
You know?
I mean, that's a pretty common safety structure, but in general, like that's not the majority of what's
Especially, like,
happening. We don't
working class
fearmonger
people.
for these other things.
It's not even fear mongering though. It's making a calculated investment in your future to make sure in case you should always have a fallback, right?
Well, I would say back in the day when you're talking about women not being able to have bank accounts, these things like that, this was because women couldn't accrue debt, right? Like the men were the ones that were socially and legally, financially responsible for the women. So I would say back then that was a better structure to say, hey, women, you're taking the risk to stay.
All right. She covered one of my favorite talking points. Women could not incur debt. Therefore, which she doesn't actually refute the idea that that women could, in fact, have checking accounts as a single woman. But when she got married, she simply needed her husband's permission, since he would be the one that
responsible for the
debt. That's right. If she decided to close out the account or something like that. And it's interesting because these are solid talking points for a feminism debate. So I'm really glad to because I didn't hear any of this. Gibbs is on his phone. I'm probably texting him to let this go another hour or whatever, because it was starting to get good here.
Home and not going, you're not going to work, you're staying home with the kids. So your husband is illegally, he can quite literally go to jail. He's taking on the debt.
Women were still left destitute in that situation,
this
right?
is not the majority. I can point to 100 sob stories about women who, end up with their 50 cats at home and they're lonely.
We're not advocating based on like what the majority is. We're advocating on what the worst case scenario could be, and we're trying to
tell women what's best for them based on an exception.
The rules, the laws are based off of exceptions. Yeah, absolutely. We go for the fringe cases when we look at laws, right? Because we want to cover as many people as possible.
That's an interesting claim.
So when we're looking at this, when we're advocating for things for women, right? We want to look at you want to be able to have a safety net, right? It's not about fear mongering. It's just a safe,
what's safer
strategic
than a marriage structure? What's safer than that?
Because given that most women experience domestic violence the first time that they're pregnant, given that most violence against women happens in the home, right?
In the home, you're right.
Yeah.
But it's not from their husbands.
I'm not saying it's from their husbands. I'm saying it's still in the home though,
it's
right?
in the home because of this degrading of the marriage structure. Not many women are getting married. Women are 60% more times more likely to get domestic violence experiences with a live-in boyfriend than their married
and
partner.
I'm not denying
in that
I'm not denying that, but again, 1 in 3 domestic violence survivors experience it for the first time when they're pregnant, right? That's terrifying.
I'm not sure that specific stat, but I would bet a lot of money to say that that's not their husband, so that's a live-in boyfriend situation.
Either way, right? This is a person, you are at the most vulnerable.
Okay. All right. I know Glenn has some shit to say on this shit.
I mean, where do I begin?
That's almost rage baiting, Glenn.
Oh,
I do think Taylor's retort was really good, that she would bet that those men are not their husbands.
yeah, they're not. The majority of the time, they're not. Like most people, most guys that get married, they don't leave their wives. All right, that's a lie. All right, most women, men like to like the same thing. You know, they like safety, security, like they like consistency. You know, they're not leaving their families for the next hot piece of ass that walks by. There has to be so many egregious steps taking place before a man.
It is a process, right?
It is a process. Now, are there some fuckboys out there? Absolutely, but they're not
fuckboys out there for sure.
But they're not the husbands,
right? But Glenn, would you say that? And look, I'm not talking about, I mean, look, there's just some bad dudes out there. I will grant that all day long. There are just some dudes out there that just want to hit somebody. And a lot of them, the only people they can hit without getting their asses kicked are their women. And that's wrong. That's very, very wrong. But is it, I've found this to be true that amongst, you know, and now a lot of this has to do with culture, right? Like, if you're like, for me, I don't have many single friends, right? Like pretty much all my friends are married. If I was doing something that would dishonor my wife or would hurt my wife in some way, and they knew about it, they would call me on it. They would check me on that in ways that no woman could, right? And so I wonder how, I wonder if this is all this idea of you know, where the statistic that Stardust brings up, that there's, you know, that there's like what did she say, 1 in 7 women are victim, or a victim of domestic violence during their first pregnancy. I
wonder what year that stat is done, because I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, the majority of domestic violence is women on men.
Right. And I think Taylor addresses this, because I think I heard that in the thing. So let's get back into it. But I knew that basically was rage baiting you to you know.
Oh yeah.
Vulnerable point of your life.
I agree. That's awful,
right, and that's why
the virtue,
and that's why women should have a fallback, a safety, right, in case things happen, right?
So what does this say? That they can get divorced now? Like they can get
divorced. They can have a career, right? Having a career, something to fall back onto, is important, right? Having a career that allows you to take time off for your pregnancy.
I think we can see time and time again that women are the safest and their children are the safest in a nuclear family structure with their biological fathers, the children. That is the best thing for women and children.
I would agree. So here's the thing. I would agree with you that I think the nuclear family, having 2 parents in the home, is the best environment for a child, right? 2 good parents at home. We can see by every statistic that having both parents present, that children grow up, they're more educated, they're safer, they're better, right? But that is only the case when these marriages are working out, right? And we want people to plan.
Hold on, Glenn, what the fuck did she just say?
She just said a bunch of bullshit.
It sounded like she said, yes, nuclear family is the way to go, but it doesn't actually work out, or some. I mean,
nuclear family is great, but it doesn't work.
Yeah,
it doesn't work because people don't make it work.
Yeah, this is a
and
little
she's
wild.
trying to remove the accountability for not making the relationship work.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like that. It sounds like it really does.
I don't like him right now, so therefore I'm not going to put in the work to make it work.
Yeah.
So therefore I want out. That's why it doesn't work.
Or hey, dude's not making enough money. I need to divorce this guy before he drags me down.
Exactly.
And I gotta go get a job or some shit like that, right? Like this is what it sounds like. I'm not saying that that's what Stardust is saying.
Yeah, that's not. We're not saying this is what Stardust is saying. but this is what
But
it
the
sounds like.
rhetoric seems pretty clear.
Exactly.
All right, let's get back into it. I keep pausing because this is some
And have
outlandish.
safety nets.
Do you think divorce is good for children? Do you think that shows good outcomes?
I mean, I think overwhelmingly, like it really depends, right? In most cases, a single family households they don't do as well as
so
two
on the
families,
majority,
right?
like, do you think that
But
divorce is good?
on the majority, I don't. It depends case by case,
You can
right?
look at the statistics of children for divorce. And
Yeah.
we can see that actually divorce tends to be more traumatic than a parent dying. That for
Yeah,
children,
sure.
Because both
Sure.
drifted into
So
side
women's
issues.
initiating 70%
But
of
that doesn't mean that men aren't pulling their weight, right? If women are the ones who are like doing the planning around the household, they're doing grocery shopping, right? Oftentimes men will wait, whereas women are more active with filing some things like divorce and things like that. So
Well, okay. Well, the women will cite the reasons they're getting divorced, and the number one reasons are like irreconcilable differences, boredom, financial strain within the marriage.
I don't know if boredom is up
Boredom
there.
has been cited on surveys.
I'm sure
before.
I'm sure boredom has been cited, but I don't know if it's top 3.
It's top 4 at least, and well, at least I can say domestic violence is in the top 5.
Sure,
So
but we're not.
this rhetoric of women need safety nets because they're going to get abused just doesn't hold up.
No,
That's
it's not. I'm not. I'm not saying. I'm saying that in the cases, I'm not saying all women are going to get abused. I don't think I've ever made that claim. I'm saying that there are going to be some women who get abused,
but to use
right?
that as to tell women, hey, forego being a stay-at-home mom, forego having children.
No,
forego
not at
getting
all.
married.
That's
You
not
don't think
even.
that's the messaging
That's
of
not even what I'm
feminism?
saying. What I'm saying is, I think women should be able to choose to be a stay-at-home mom if they want to.
Right.
Absolutely.
So does it
if
all?
Wait, hold on. Glenn, help me out here. Again, I have to ask, what the fuck did she just say?
She said that women should choose to be stay-at-home moms, not forced. But nobody's forcing bitches to be stay-at-home moms.
I was going to say, who's done that? Hey, Jess is in the house. Good to see you, Jess. Good to see you. Yeah, she won't address the general statistics for divorce effects on children. So this is like a Primrose Path argument, right? This is where she's saying, well, yes, absolutely, the best, most optimum thing is this, but we can't actually have that because this over here is going to happen regardless, and blah blah blah, and rather than the exception making the rule, we have to plan for the exception. This is an odd strategy to me because basically she is conceding so far. And guys, chat, let me know if I'm wrong. Glenn, let me know if I'm wrong. It seems like she is literally saying that she concedes all of Taylor's points, that ultimately the more traditional nuclear family lifestyle is better. Fuckboys are bad. All of that feminism. Basically, she's saying feminism fails, but we should do it anyway. Am I wrong about this?
No, you're absolutely right.
That's what I'm hearing, right? Okay. I just want to make sure. All right, let's get back into it, guys. This is interesting.
Have the opportunity to do that,
Does
but a
it
lot
all
of women
come
don't
down-
have that.
Does it all come down to choice? Is that what is the best?
It's
the
not
highest good for feminists is the ability to choose.
I think when women have the ability to evaluate their own lives and see what they need in their lives and make choices based off of that,
They couldn't do that before feminism.
they not nearly as easily. No.
What does that even mean, though? They couldn't evaluate their lives and see what's best for them. They couldn't choose who they would marry.
That's actually awesome.
They
She
couldn't
says that.
pick where they
What does
live.
that
They
even
couldn't be
mean,
near
though?
their family.
No, they
Like,
couldn't. They actually
What?
couldn't pick where they live. They couldn't pick to be near their families.
How do you know that? They
Because
had no
a
say,
lot of
they
the
were just
time,
chained in the
I
basement.
mean,
and they
we can
couldn't
look
do
at cultural norms across society, across different cultures, right? Most of the time, women go to live with their husbands and their husbands' families, right?
Great. What's wrong with that?
Right, but if they can't choose to live near their family, then
They
right?
choose who they marry, though.
They choose who they marry,
Yeah.
right? But that doesn't always work out. And again, things
Yeah, again,
happen.
this
Things happen.
exception- Yes, this fear mongering is very effective
But
for
it's not
feminists.
fear mongering.
I agree,
It's just
fear-mongering.
making
It's
a
effective.
calculated. It's making a calculated assessment in the case that the worst goes wrong. I have a backup, right? But I think women should absolutely. Like, if I could choose to be a stay-at-home mom, absolutely I would, right? But I'm not going to
Why
not
can't
build.
you choose that
I'm
now?
not going to not build a career in the background. So
Why
if
can't
something
you choose to
happens,
be a
right?
stay-at-home mom? Why
All right, I gotta pause it here for a second, Glenn. So I get this. The idea of the stay-at-home mom in modernity is, to me, kind of absurd, because unless you're homeschooling, unless you are in the home with your children every single day, are you really a stay-at-home mom? And because what I observe is these women who are stay-at-home moms that get up, the husband's already gotten the kids off to school or taking them to school. He's gone to work. They're staying at home. They do 30 minutes of vacuuming. They do maybe a couple hours of cleaning and some laundry, and then they fuck off the rest of the day. Is that what she's advocating for? Is these stay-at-home moms to do that? Or is because she seems a little bit unclear here.
Yeah, I don't know what she's advocating for. I think that, women do not have that. They have it easy.
They do, I think.
And there's nothing wrong with them having it easier than men.
Absolutely not. It's totally okay.
It is completely okay that women have it easier than men. Now, to say that like it's not hard work, nobody's saying that it's not hard work. Yeah. We're just saying it's easier than what men have to deal with. And
sure.
And that's because of their station.
Men it's also because of modernity, right? Like I think it's a better argument if you say, well, 100 years ago, it was hard. It was an all-day job to do the laundry, and you only did laundry once a week because it literally took all day to do it.
Because you're doing it by hand.
Right, because because it was actual work, and it took all day to clean the house because your husband and kids drug mud in, you didn't have vacuum cleaners, you didn't have a lot of modern you didn't have a robot. I got a robot vacuum that sweeps and mops the fucking house. Like, so I'm interested in this claim. I find it somewhat disingenuous, right? Like, I would love to be a stay-at-home mom, but
yeah,
can't because I have to go work. Well, I think that most women, if I were to guess, and I'm not, look, and I've got Jess in the chat, so Jess could tell me, although she is not a mom. Would it be more preferable for a woman to have some sort of job? Oh, check Discord. Yeah, I'll sorry, not paying attention. Dark side deacons. Glenn, take it away, man. Fill the silence.
I'm taking it away. Da 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 da.
Take it away, Calgon. Take me away, man. I'm old. That's how I'm old.
Yep,
right there. I just can't believe she said that, though. This is like, these are really. I actually thought that. Honestly, I thought that the arguments from both of them were better, but I think
Stardust had the traditional, regular feminist arguments.
Yes,
that have nothing to do with accountability. That's why when I asked her the questions that I asked her, I was asking her about responsibility and accountability. And she had conceded to me on those areas. Feminists don't like to concede on those areas. And that's what I wish I would have saw more from Taylor, is forcing her to concede on areas of accountability and responsibility.
She is new. Yeah. Darkside Deaconess, you have the link. I'm going to go ahead and start playing our tune again. And we'll get you. I'll be watching it so I can get you back in the back.
Well, if I have a partner that wants to do that, right? But
you
again,
wouldn't, because you wouldn't trust him enough not to
I think you're missing my point here, right? I think women should be able to choose. I think most women, not even most, I think a lot of women would choose, if they had the ability to be a stay-at-home mom, or at least part-time, right?
But they can't.
But a lot of the time that's not the case. And a lot of the time women find fulfillment outside the home, right? And so I think I think we need to allow these choices for women, because one, not everybody's going to be fulfilled just being in the home all
Do
day.
you think more women are fulfilled being a stay-at-home mom and caretaking for
mean,
their
there's
children
statistics.
versus working for some random man in
There's
HR or
statistics on this,
something?
actually.
I believe women say they're happier, but
No,
do you think they're more
so
fulfilled.
let me pull it up here because I have it.
Yeah, self-reported happiness is very dubious, but go
So
ahead.
stay-at-home moms are more likely to be depressed, isolated,
I
and
like that.
economically vulnerable. And instead of offering financial and systemic support to these mothers, mainstream culture tells them that they should feel fulfilled and fortunate to do the most important job in the world. So I mean, like, the statistics really, they it bears out, right?
I would
Like,
maybe even grant you part of that. I'm very wary of self-reported happiness, and I'd like to look at that and see how they took the sample size. But I maybe would grant you that there's a lot more isolation among
a lot of more
stay-at-homes.
economic
What about
vulnerability.
She also brought up the economically
Economically vulnerable is a real thing.
Well, I would say two things on that. I would say economically vulnerable. I would say women feel like they have to work now because post, second wave feminism, we pushed every woman into the workforce, and now we've diluted the wages. We've upped the cost of living and the lifestyle expectations. So now women have this expectation of, I want to take all these vacations. I need to have a certain, lifestyle that they're meeting. So a lot of times they're citing like economic stress, and it's really just like lifestyle maintenance.
I think
in
our
this day and
country as a
age.
whole, I think our country as a whole is a better country than most countries because women go out and work. I think the diversity in the workforce actually has been a massive increase in our quality of life as a whole.
Based off of what?
I knew you were about to. You were like,
based off of what?
Yeah, right. Like, I just don't even know. This is.
I mean, think about this. Because women into the workforce, we had to create a whole different career department called human resources.
Right. That's true. My friend Jess says stay-at-home mom could be considered a split shift. 6 a.m. you get the kids up and dressed, lunch is packed, and make breakfast, school run. Then 9 a.m., 12 p.m., breakfast, cleanup, laundry, grocery run. 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. personal time, and then of course make dinner and everything in the evening. Yeah, you know what? I could go with that. And then 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. school run, dinner prep, homework, baths, bedtime. Sure, absolutely. I can actually, I kind of agree with that. What do you think, Glenn?
I wish I could have a split shift where I had 3 hours of personal time in the middle of my work day that I could write off as part of my work day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
you kind of do. You're a streamer, so you kind of got that going.
Well, that's true. I'm kind of retired from the military, so.
Right. Well, I mean, let's just be real about this.
But I mean, most men that are work, I think most men would be like, yeah, it'd be great to have 3 hours in the middle of the day that I could call my personal time that goes to my wages.
Right.
Well, men already work more than 12 hours as it is. Most men commute an hour, they work 8 hours, they have an hour for lunch, so there's 10 hours, and then they have to drive back. So there's 11 hours right there.
Right. And well, I like Jess's I like Jess's position on it. I think that's one of the better ones I've heard. Usually it kind of falls apart here, but let's get back into this. This is good. This is actually really. I wish I'd listened to this more real time.
Because of the way that we give people rights if they choose to go and work.
And it's a good that the birth rate is low, that is below replacement rates.
The birth rate being low is something that happens as a result of people being more educated, but it's also a result of there being less teen pregnancies than ever before in history, which is good, which is incredible. That's an incredible achievement for feminists.
It's mostly from that first point. Which is
no, it's not. It's a lot of it.
Every country, a lot of it is correlate for low birth rate is women's access to higher education.
But a lot of women who get pregnant are uneducated women who are younger,
Sure.
who who are predated on, right? Like teenagers, right? So I mean, I think the
Again,
fact
these
Stop the
that-
tape.
small instances
It's
of
Stop
not
the
a
like,
tape.
small
All right, we're
instance,
stopping the
right?
tape.
It's not-
Pause. We're pausing. We're pausing. We got to get Glenn up here. What's up, Glenn?
Okay, Jess, this is just for you. Since you brought to take that, Glenn. Well, first of all, we know that dads are the ones that are putting the kids in the bed. All right, because moms, let them cuddle, let them sleep here. They crawl out of bed. Dad's like, fuck no. I need to get some ass tonight. Little bastard, you're going to the bed. All right. Moms will let them stay in bed when they're sick with them. Dad's like, no. We need to have some lovey time.
Yeah.
So, Jess, I rejected that claim right out the gate.
The rate of alcoholism would rise if guys had that personal time. I mean, not for me. I don't drink at all. ZD Den says she's doing something wrong. She has no personal time until now and can barely keep her eyes open. That's because ZD Den is kind of a badass, honestly.
And you're right. She concedes. She's like, ha, I'm dead. I take that as a Glenn win again.
Yeah. Well, look, I just think that in modernity, I'm not going to say it for everyone, but like, I don't know how to. So after when I retired, and my wife was starting to really work in her company, and so she was gone, and she would get up, and so I would get up, get the boy at the time. He was 5, I think 6, first grade. I would take him to school. I would walk him to school, which is literally right across the street. Come back. She would usually just be getting up, headed to the BART. She'd have to go into work. She would, because of the industry she was in, she didn't get home until very late. And so I was the one that made sure everybody got fed, made sure everything got done. And it wasn't that taxing. It really wasn't.
No, it's not. Like
I
was lucky that after the military, the only job that I had to work a 9 to 5 was at the prison. But before that, when I owned barbershops, I took my son everywhere.
Yeah,
like he went to work with me when he was like kindergarten age, right?
I remember when my son was in his in the little like
bassinet,
the little baby carrier. I would take him to the shop while I was working on the race cars. This is before I retired, and he would literally like sit there, and I'd rock him every once in a while and sit there and work. I mean, it wasn't. Maybe I'm just not
I had my son sweeping the barbershops when he was like 5. He made $1 a day.
Yeah. My son, when my son was 5 and 6, he used to go to the shop with me every day. As a matter of fact, I'm going to tell that story again. Where I don't know if I've told you guys this story. When my son was he was like 5 or 6, he was in first grade or kindergarten or first grade in that range. He welcome DSD. How are you?
I'm good. Okay, my mic's in the right place.
Yeah, gotcha. So when my son was really young, he used to go to shop with me all the time. And I had this Korean girl at work there named Grace, and she was smoking hot. Just to be working on cars. She was already hot, but she got even hotter because she worked on cars. So, and nobody there cared that she was hot. And because she just acted like any other employee. Now, originally I hired her in to run the counter and check people in and out and all that kind of stuff. Normal kind of, counter girl kind of deal. But she could work on cars and she wanted to. So if we had extra work that needed to get done, like get it out the door, let's make some money, and I'd let her do it. And she was working underneath this like Ford Ranger truck one time. And my son, who was like 5 at that time, is walks over and he's like standing there looking at her. And she comes out from underneath the car and he looks at her and says, "Did you know the eyes are the windows to the soul?"
I remember
And we
this story.
all
Oh my
died
God.
laughing.
Your
I
son
told
was
my
like
wife the other day,
snatching on her.
she was like, I remember that. I remember when that happened. My son was so embarrassed because he's 16 now. He's like,
Did you told me that when he was over at the studio with me and Gia.
yeah, I probably did. Yeah, because I embarrass him with that story now. Now he's 16. He's like, oh, Dad, come on, man. What are you doing to me? But yeah, so my son went everywhere with me. I've got pictures of him. I mean, he drove across country with me several times. So I don't know. I
mean, it's
hard, but it's not that hard.
Right? But it's not impossible. It is not that difficult.
Yeah, it's not that difficult. What do you think, DSD?
I kind of missed from the beginning. I caught because I was ending my stream and then coming over here. So what was what you were just saying? What part of their debate?
So this is where they're
women's
going back
job
and
is
forth
not
on
hard when they're at
stay-at-home
home.
moms.
Yeah, stay-at-home mom's job is not hard.
Okay, well, if you watch my if you watch my review, I pause and I go, I call bullshit. Being a mother is not the hardest fucking job in the world. Absolutely not.
Right.
The bulk of my job, I say it in my video, the bulk of my job is done once the kids become relatively self-sufficient. At that point,
all three of us.
at that point, I might be needed for some moral grounding, but also
supervision, but not actually.
Yeah, like,
doing
hey,
the thing.
Mom, I did this, and I don't know if I, did it. And I'm, parents are there to guide at that time. But I mean, my kids are all grown. They're ranged from 19 to almost 26. And while it's difficult, I mean, like I worry about my kids. I'm concerned for them, what their things are doing. But the bulk of my job is done now. And I literally statistically have about 40 to 45 years left of my life if something awful doesn't happen to me. So I don't think it is the hardest job in the world. I think it's personally, anecdotally, the most rewarding and has the most return.
Sure.
So
can we just be honest? Can we just be honest and say, once your kid can wipe its own ass, the job is pretty much just observing at that point.
I mean, I think that is a little bit more nuanced because
you could observe them making their own lunch. You could observe them doing their homework. You could observe them. You could teach them how to do their own laundry. You're just observing.
Yeah, teaching. Yeah, you're still teaching at that point, and then allowing them to do it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe men are different this way. So, and look, my wife, after I retired basically when my son was 5 years old. So, when my first son, and so my wife was one going out working because she wanted to work, and she, my wife's 11 years younger than me. So, she was not ready. I'm ready to sit at home all day, watch TV, go out, do stuff, be a retired guy. My wife's like, no, I want, I have this opportunity to have a career now. I want to do that. Okay, fine. That's great. Wonderful. Go do that. So then, I'd never found anything hard about raising my children at all. But now I was the one that I showed my kids how to cook. Like my son started cooking pretty early. And then we will put him through Boy Scouts so that he knows how to do all of this stuff. Like I'm training. So I get it. For me, I look at it as I'm training men.
Right. Yeah. We're not raising children. We're raising adults. And I think that a lot of people lose sight of that.
Right.
We have to teach them how to function in an adult society. We have to teach them how to interact with others in society and societal norms. There is a pretty collective societal norm that most people will agree to, and then it just kind of splinters off because inside the home can be subjective and based on situations. Children don't always come out perfect. So if you say you have a household that is perfectly healthy, probably relatively easygoing household, right? And
no, in a perfectly functioning household, things are getting thrown, things are getting broken, people are arguing. That's
normal.
You know what I always think of as absolutely dysfunctional is the ones that where they're all like super nice to each other and they never complain. I'm just waiting for the pin to be pulled from that grenade at any moment.
It's not, people don't want to concede to that's how their life really is. But the thing is there's nothing wrong with having a disagreement in front of your children, because it teaches them that you can have disagreements and you don't always have to run away from them and how to resolve them.
Let me answer Donna's question here. Donna says, if your son had been a daughter, do you think everything would have been the same with her? Yes. And here's why. Because I think kids are kids. Would she have been, it would have been skirts instead of, pants, and it would have, there would have been some differences, but, and my wife probably would have felt more like she needed to be more involved. My wife really wants a girl. Right. And now she's like, well, I'm too old to have children, and we may adopt down the road. I doubt that now, but we'll see. I don't see where it would have been any different. I don't know that I would have done anything different. I think even girls need to know how to go camping. I think all girls need to know how to actually cook and not just heat things up in the microwave. I think that girls need to know all the same things as men. I don't understand. Like the only difference probably would have been is there's some female things there that my wife would have had to have handled, right? That I'm just not equipped to demonstrate. And, but other than that, I don't know that there's anything, there's a whole lot of difference. I still would have had the same talks about, hey, be careful, who you get in relationships with. My son's 16 now. We're talking to him all the time about, hey, don't be stupid, use your brain. My older son, doesn't have any social media at all. There's no other than what I would consider a typical 16-year-old fascination with the idea of pornography. I don't think you can actually get pornography, because in Tennessee you can't get it because you have to sign in. You have to have a credit card and shit. And he doesn't have one of those. So, but other than what I think is a typical teenage fascination with the female body, he's okay. But he goes to church. He's, most of the people he's around is absolutely some of the most based and wonderful people that you could think about. And as long as that holds true, I'm okay. Right now, if he starts drifting, I pay a lot of attention to this. If my son starts drifting, then we have to have a talk.
Right.
We've had several of those talks. Right. Like he's got teenage hormones running through him. I had to have a talk to him about yelling at my wife. Like I told him, she's your mom, but she's my wife, and you do not ever yell at my wife, ever. Like just don't do that. I think you have to do that as a young man. I mean, as a man to your young men.
I think that I would go even further to say that is something that we need to be teaching our sons and our daughters, that you don't just mouth off to anybody, especially your mother or your father, but that teaching starts inside the home within those relationships, right? So you don't raise your voice to your mother. That's my wife. You're not going to do it because I say you're not going to. And then mom can say, and vice versa. There's a level of respect there. And there's also a unification front there that says that no one is going to be mistreating the quote unquote, I don't see equal authority in the household, but you have the head and you have the body. So
sure. Yeah, and that's the way my house works, right? My house works is that my wife will tell my son what to do,
and then you back it up,
and then she'll tell him again, and then she'll come to me and say, "I've told him twice," and then I go in and I say, "Hey, what's going on here?" And I never come in super angry. I just, "Hey, what's going on? Do you not understand the direction? Do I need to clarify it? Do you not understand what you're supposed to be doing? Is there a reason that you feel like you shouldn't do it?" Are you embarrassed? Is this something that embarrasses you? Do you not want to go take mom's clothes out of the dryer? Is that a problem for you? Is that embarrassing? Right? That could be. I don't know.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm just
What,
using it as an
what if
example.
mom's intimates are in there? You know,
Right,
like
right.
what son
right,
wants to be? Listen, I have a son. Okay, I have raised a son, and at some point he just got used to it.
Right. And so these are the kinds of things I think that I think these are normal. I think these, or they ought to be normal. I think they should be pretty okay, right? Like you should be okay doing this.
Hey, good. I got to bounce. I got some business to attend to.
All right, cool, man. Sorry.
GSD, pleasure to see you again.
You too.
I'm out.
All right, everybody, thank the great Glenn Lawrence for showing up for as long as he did, because he's a busy guy. But I think that there's a and we need to get back to the video. We'll never get finished with this, but I think that there's a real lack of this. I think it's a really weird idea that all women ought to be stay-at-home moms, right?
No.
Or that women ought not have to work. They should be cared for by the man completely. I don't think that was, and I would argue that I don't know that I could prove that was always the case, because I think that there was a definite division of labor, if you will,
of course,
going back throughout all the way back as far as you want to go. There was a division of labor within the household, and whether that was inside or outside the home, I don't know, but I think we could argue both ways. But what the feminists have started to say, which is what we were just watching Stardust say, is that the independence, that's really important for a woman to be independent, right? And when she said, and then she said a bunch of other things, and Glenn and I both were just like, whoa. So guys, we're going to get back into this. Welcome to everybody who just came in. I see School of Thought. Good to see you. I don't know who Leafy is, but welcome in. Good to see you. If you haven't been here before, that's awesome. And I see that Arthur Daya is here. Arthur Daya, good to see you out there in the chat. Yes, I have not been streaming much. I basically took about 3 weeks, almost a month off of streaming, and I'm just getting back into it. Gorilla Polis is out there. Good to see you, good sir. We're going to get back into this, so let's put this back up, and I'm going to maximize everything, and then if DSD, just sound off if there's something you want to talk about. Otherwise, we're going to go.
Sure.
A small instance at all. This used to be an epidemic in our country. Teen pregnancy used to be an epidemic, and now it's like we have brought it down lower than ever before.
Higher education has helped that. I'm talking about college and graduate school.
I think women, actually, there are statistics on that. Women who are higher educated, their children end up faring much better.
Yes,
and I think that actually, trading off maybe a lower birth rate for children who are economically better off, intellectually better off, more better off in every perspective, every measurable
you're not even
way.
Have feminists if the birth rate keeps going down. You're not gonna have anybody. You're not gonna have any people. So
we'll have people. We'll have people.
I don't think that you'll import them. I guess
we will have people.
Sure.
But I don't think fixing the birth rate necessarily relies on eliminating feminism or going back to patriarchy.
Going back, we're in patriarchy again. Like, you have to maybe define that term, because we are in patriarchy just inevitably. Like, you are quite literally appealing to men.
Sure. I mean, we live in the default of the world is that, yeah, women are generally secondary to men, right? Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
In certain ways, not in, dignity and things like that. But yes, there's a hierarchy like we have in many. We have a hierarchy in a family. We have a hierarchy in all sorts of places. It's not bad. That's a good thing.
No, hierarchies are not necessarily bad. But again, this doesn't work for everybody, right? And we want people who
goes back to
the system doesn't work.
Choice.
Look, if the system doesn't work for people, for
all right. So DSD, all throughout this entire debate.
What? Do me a favor. Oh, I have an echo.
Oh, you have an echo? Here, let me do this. There you go.
Okay, so
there's something going on weird with the software tonight for some reason.
I didn't have an echo earlier when I was talking.
Yeah, because I had the stream down.
Oh, I gotcha. So
I don't know why it's doing that.
what is the timestamp that you're at? Because I have notes. I just want to pull up.
2.2844.
Okay, so
all throughout this entire debate, instead of using the general populace, the common man, everyone as the standard, she has literally been using the outliers.
Yeah. And Taylor,
the exceptions that prove the rule, and she's like, well, we need to go by the exceptions. It's the whole time she's been doing this. Like I'm struggling to understand why she thinks this is an effective debate technique, because what she's actually doing is she's actually proving her opponent's argument. Love to hear from you. I can't wait. This is gonna be good.
So it's her. It is consistent with her her position. I'll give it that. So she remains consistent, and so does Taylor, because Taylor is coming from an societal / economic framework, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's looking at what needs to be done institutionally, what we already have institutionally, and why do things need to change, or why should these things be in place? And you're right. Stardust continuously refers back to the outliers to say, yeah, but these don't work in every single situation. Well, Stardust, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but under the economy that we actually live in, that's a reality.
Right. And it's like she, every single step of the way, she talked about, some men do this and some women do that and all of that. Nova, if you would like to come up and comment and help us out with the debate. I did lose Glenn, so you're welcome to. You don't have to. Don't feel, it's okay. If somebody else would like to come up and comment, I think 3 people make it better than just 2 people going back and forth. But whatever. I'm open-ish to things. But it's really odd because someone's husband could die, and we need to make sure that person's okay. So we have to affect everybody in the country because of these 10 people over here.
But the thing is she's making a point. She's trying to make a point for something that already exists, which is just ridiculous. Why are you trying to say we need these things when we do have those things? And Taylor says we do. Like, even family courts have safety nets when it comes to married and unmarried people. Child support is a part of family court. So, and then divorce, if you can prove that
divorce should not be the norm,
it shouldn't be the norm. Right. But we have, unfortunately, it fucking is the norm statistically, but it should. And as we both agree, it shouldn't be. And because it is, we actually already have those things in place. Now, whether or not people use those properly or abuse them is left to each of the individuals. For sure. But the safety nets are there. And when it comes to death, Social Security is there for that. Also, you do have the option for for IRAs and or life insurance.
There are churches,
and there's I'm one of the. I don't understand why she keeps beating a dead horse, because we have these things.
Right. I don't understand. I really don't understand how, and maybe it's just me. Like, everyone is like, well, the government should do X. And I'm like, but those are things that social groups and churches ought do,
Mhm.
because they know the people in their neighborhoods. They know if, and I see this in my community. If someone
Needs help. The churches are there. Programs are there.
yes,
Programs are
regardless of what it is, right?
there. Yes.
And this is such an interesting dichotomy, because Taylor's on it. Like, she is on it. Like, she's making good points. She's not setting the world on fire, which, she'll get there. But Stardust arguments are odd to me. They're very odd. We're going to see how this continues to go forward. But ladies and gentlemen that are joining us, so I'm going to bring this up. This young lady is Stardust, and she's debating Taylor, who you'll see in a minute, who's in a white sweater. Taylor is a former sex worker / OnlyFans girl who has changed her life. She is in the church. She is married. She has a child. She's gainfully employed, not streaming. She does all of this as a way to give back for whatever that she has gotten in life to get her to where she is. I think she's an amazing human being, and I think that even if she's I think that she probably still retains some feminist qualities. I think most women do.
I think everybody does.
And even though that may be the case, I think that ultimately in this debate, she does a really good, not excellent, she does a really good job of showing that feminism is a problem. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and start playing it again, guys, and I'll maximize it so you guys can see. You don't need to look at me. I you know what I look like.
For certain people, they should have the ability to go out and seek a system that works for them.
Right. So it's just because I want to. That seems to be the crux of the feminist argument, is I want to because I want to. Because I want to.
Feminism has
because
proven,
they want to.
Like, again, women's education has led to lifetime earnings of
you already granted me that women have always been
increasing.
educated. You already granted that women.
No, I didn't say women have always been educated. I said women have always been working.
They've always been
women
educated
have always
as
been
well.
working,
They've
not
always
always
been educated as well. Yes,
not
they have.
always educated.
In relation to men, yes, they have. Not
No,
every
they
man.
haven't.
Not every man was able to go to college. College was a privilege.
Yeah, right. And
it was
college was a privilege for
very
most
specific
people.
set of men. Correct.
Yes, for a very specific set of men.
Correct.
And then even an even lesser sect of women.
Correct. And then like 5 seconds later, it became equal, just
Wasn't
like
5
voting.
seconds.
It was
It took
like
a
in
while.
relative. It was.
It took a while.
And it was demand. It
And
was supply
globally-
meeting demand, not like
And
a lock on the door.
globally, we still see a huge divide when it comes
Sure.
to education,
Yes,
right?
well, yeah, I'm
we
talking about
can
Western
look at other places in the world, and we can look at other places in the world where women don't have the same rights, don't have the things afforded by feminism, and they have worse maternal
Pause this.
Yeah.
In this exchange, neither one of them are able to support whether feminism is the cause of this or the solution to it.
Yes, that's and what's interesting is that Taylor gets really close to the salient points, but Stardust is talking so fast. She is just no. And
it happens.
And so, well, look,
She stacks
I also
points.
should say that both of these ladies, it's their first time debating live.
They did great.
In person. So that adds an element, right? You're not sitting on your couch at home or in your desk or in your studio or whatever, and you don't have there's literally your opponent is sitting across from you, and you're staring them in the eyes. So that does change things. I thought Taylor could have done a lot better here and had more salient points ready to go. Specifically, that absolutely, women have had a right to an education just like men have. They had to pay for it just like men had to. It wasn't until public school that in this country that we had such an education for both men and women. And there were finishing schools as far back as the 1800s, where women went to literally learn like men. They just were separated. I think Stardust here, what Stardust means to say is that there were co-ed schools, right? That women had a right to, men and women could go to school together at the same schools. And because there's always been a perception that anything, and tell me if you think this makes any sense to you. There's always been this perception that anything men do, it's better than what the women get. And it's not fair, right? Like the men are up here and they're getting this great education at Harvard, and women have to go to Brown, and Brown's not as good as Harvard.
Yeah.
Right. But that's the rhetoric, right? That's the line of reasoning.
Yes, it's very competitive, and women are competing with men, and we should not be competing with men, and men should not be competing with us because we have different obligations, and some of us may have the same abilities, but we have different duties and different ways to apply those abilities. I think it's really ridiculous to be like, oh, well, men get to do that. That's not fair. Or women get to do that. That's not fair either, because you have your feminist men that, whatever. It's not fair is just not a good argument. It's not an argument at all.
Yeah. But to me, it's
women should be able to do what men can do, but they can't. They just can't.
It's this weird perception that just because men do it, that it's somehow better than what women have. And as we've come to find out throughout history, that's oftentimes not true. Right? It's not true that women have not as good an education as men.
Like, that's not educated differently. A lot of women
differently.
Yeah, differently. I would say that pre 20th century, women probably didn't receive education at the level that men did. I don't think there were very many female doctors at that time. We still had physicians, right? I don't think that there were very many. We had midwives, but those were specifically for.
We had nurses that were fully. We had a lot of nurses who were very highly skilled at what they did.
Yeah. And so, I think that the education process was different. And then we get into the 20th century where education is changing. The method that it is served in is changing. And then the environments that it's being done in also changed. And here we are in 2026. And we expect everybody to learn the same way in the classroom. I would say that in general, like you do, this is kind of off topic, but they are talking about education. So you have different ways of learning, basically 3, right? Audio, what do they call it? The visual, and then tactical, right? And not everyone
tactile, not tactical.
Not tactical, isn't it? Tactile. Thank you. I'm so fucking tired. Listen, it took me hours to get through and dissect that debate structurally. Yeah. I'm so tired.
I bet you are. Yeah. So I'm just going off the cuff here. I didn't get to, so I was there, obviously.
Yeah.
Live while it was happening, but I couldn't listen to it. I thought I knew that they had great energy. I knew that Taylor was making good arguments. I felt like that Stardust was making good arguments. Now that I'm listening to it, it's Taylor's making standard arguments.
Yeah, she does continuously throughout.
Right. And very consistent arguments.
Yeah, she stays consistent throughout. She stays the most consistent between the two of them.
Yeah. I don't know, guys, I've looked at YouTube and I've looked at, I'm looking at so there's nothing flickering or anything on mine. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't see it over here on mine either. And I'm looking at both Streamlabs and YouTube.
Yeah. So, I feel like that, and I hate to use the word I feel like, but it really seems like that Stardust's entire argument is based around this idea of everyone needs to sacrifice for the few. Right.
Yeah, that's not,
so we all have to be even, which is a very communist argument, right? Like just
Doesn't
because
end up that way.
you can excel, you cannot excel, because if you excel, then this person over here doesn't get to do that. One of the things about, I will say about education, one of the reasons, if we talk about pre-20th century, so let's just say, but let's just give it a year, right? So let's say in the early 1900s, you would not have seen as many women doctors for a couple of reasons. Number one is the number one reason that you would not see it is because women were getting married and starting families, and that was their preference.
Yeah.
Not obligation. They weren't forced into it. I don't think. Maybe in Kansas somewhere. I don't know. But women's preference was to go get married and have children. So that would preclude something like taking 4 or 5 years of going to school in your prime age. Remember now, back in early 1900, 100 years ago, a little bit over 100 years ago, that time was the average age of pregnancy was like 18, 19.
Yeah.
Now it's 28.
Yeah.
It might be 30 now, honestly. I haven't looked at the averages lately, but I'm just saying.
I think that Stardust hits on something that is pretty typical. I don't know how old she is. She looks mid-20s, late 20s.
I have no idea.
You don't
I don't
know?
ask.
Okay, so she looks to be about mid-20s, okay? And I know this is going to be a very generalized statement.
I'm glad you're saying it, not me.
Many women of that age range in their political and societal development are all about saving everybody. We have to figure out how there's no, what do you call it? No one falls through the cracks. Well,
Right.
dear, I'm very sorry to tell you, there's just
No degenerate left behind.
There's no way to make sure that people there's no way to make sure that everyone that falls through the cracks doesn't fall through the cracks. There is, what do you call it?
I see that with men too. I mean, they're very specific men, but I see that with some young men too. They just can't live with the idea that
that's the feminization.
It is.
That's my claim that's the feminization of society,
right.
that we have to be so concerned about saving everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we just can't do that. We need to be concerned about putting policies in place that save as many as we can, but we don't just save people for the sake of saving people, because if you are trying to help someone navigate society that just doesn't want your help, then you need to let go of them and move on to the next person, because you literally cannot save everybody.
Yeah, again, I think this is where
it's hand up, not hand out.
Yeah, right. And so this is where I go again. I just go back to church. If you're not into church, hey, that's fine. There's social groups, there's social clubs, there are all kinds of organizations in your area that their entire purpose is to help you. They get to know you first. They're local to you. They're not in Washington. They're not, 3 states away or anything like that. And they're not taking money out of the pockets of other citizens to do it. Right.
Yeah, are you a true capitalist?
I am a true capitalist.
Me too. I can hear my own arguments coming out of your mouth right now.
Right.
Like
I don't believe in and I think that actually this is more of a democratic principle or Democrat principle. And by Democrat, I mean like Blue Dog Democrat back in the day, Kennedy. This is and I think it comes from my mom, and that is that your local society should care for everyone in your society. Mm-hmm. And the government, the federal government should not be the purse for the country.
Right.
And I think that, now obviously I think it's a conservative principle that we kind of
Conservatives shifted though, and you know that conservatives have shifted from the Democratic to the Republican Party. My grandfather was an old Democrat, but he was very conservative.
But I think
he refused to vote Republican, even though most of his views had shifted to the Republican side.
So this is, and I'm going to explain it. So Democrats used to think in this way that the federal government should not be in charge of social programs and all of this because they do a horrible job at it, and you need to know your neighbor and all this other stuff, right?
Yeah.
They used to believe that. Also, you should help your neighbor. You should be in your community helping your fellow man. That's a very Democrat, very liberal principle. On the conservative side, the conservatives go even further and say that the church should be the organization that does all of that. Why? We don't need the YMCA out here doing it. We need your churches in your community.
Well, the YMCA is a faith-based organization, so technically it is the church.
I know, I understand. But Young Men's Christian Association, but it's still not, it's not technically a church. But but this is where that's a bad example. I shouldn't have picked it, but it was when it came. But that's, so a true conservative only wants private charities, only wants churches, they don't want the federal government involved in any of it. They don't want the state government involved in any of it. They don't want the Red Cross. They don't want any of this stuff out there because it literally needs to be run like a business. And that's the dichotomy. But what's happened is that the leftists have taken this and run with it. And like now the federal government is transplanting the position of the churches. And that's where it's at. And that's where we're at now, which is what Arthur Dias says. Conservatives want private charity and churches to do it. Yes. And so you're right. The Republicans have, kicking and screaming, I believe, shifted more to the Democrat point of view on that. And that is that churches and private charities and some local civic groups can handle charity. The liberals now want the government to do it because for whatever reason, the Democrats, and you'll hear some more of this in a minute. They don't want the church. They don't want God involved in any of it. I don't care how often they say they do. I routinely see them not want that. Just my experience, folks. We'll get back into the video. I'm sorry. I kind of got on my soapbox there. It's all right. It's my channel. I can do what I want.
Listen, you need the chat bot command that I have. It's I don't know which you're using Streamlabs, but my chat bot command is ! My show, and the stream elements that comes up says it's my show and I can do what I want.
Right. All right, let's get into this. Make it big again and hit play.
Mortality rates, they have worse quality of life for their children. They have their lives are worse in every measurable way. So for their children,
feminism,
right?
That has very little to do with feminism. I did want to grant you something though about women feeling lonelier, like a stay-at-home mom feeling lonelier
and more economically vulnerable.
Well, yes, we addressed that, but I agree with you. But I think part of that is because we've told women, hey, go get a job, go move to a big city, go be independent, go be by yourself. So then we've necessarily isolated them from their fathers, from their brothers, from the people that protect them. They don't have the community because no one's having children. You can't just go to your neighbor down the street who also has a kid. You are very lonely. When you
have a culture that encourages women to go live with their husbands' families, right? And leave their families.
That's very
leave
specific.
their families. Well, wait a minute. Let me finish my point here, right? You have a culture that encourages women to go where their husbands are and be economically reliant on their husbands, right? And as a result, they don't have as much choice as to where to live, who they're surrounded by, right? You are going to be more lonely when you're away from your family.
That's not what's happening today. You're saying women are lonely today. That's not. But you're also saying that
People
they're not
don't live near their families anymore.
Correct, but it's not because of that structure that you're talking about that they're living with their husband's
it's a combination of things. Actually, the nuclear family, before we did that, we had intergenerational families, and that was even better for children, right? Because you had grandparents living, and the intergenerational families, these really worked for families, but the nuclear family.
All right.
So I have been making this point. Oh, I have echo.
Oh, sorry. Forgot to
okay.
hide that.
I've been making this point for a minute that the nuclear, like she just stated, like the nuclear family is something relatively new because we used to have multi-generational households in either one house or multiple homes on one homestead or one compound, however you want to put it. And
plantation here in the South.
So my theory on that is that in order for big government to have the most control, it has to isolate individuals away from community, because then those individuals rely on government rather than community. And I think that was the goal of breaking apart the multi-generational households. Somebody else made a point about economic, because this little point, I can't remember who said it, but somebody that I was on a stream with last night, and I can't remember who it was. But like, imagine you have a multi-generational household. You've got 2 washers and 2 dryers in that house. Okay. Well, imagine if that multi-generational household was actually 4 or 6 nuclear family households where you only have mom, dad, and children. Well, now that's versus 2 washers and 2 dryers. That's 4 washers and 4 dryers, or 6 washers and 6 dryers. So increases money in the market and all of that. So my theory basically is that the government had to destroy community in order to get the control that they desire to have. That's just my little theory. It might be a little conspiracy-ish, but that's just my theory.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a bad theory. I think that I think that what really kind of happened, and I'm not gonna like beat this up too much. But in my generation, like when I was young, my grandparents lived with, well, they had their own house, and my aunt lived with them. And for a short period of time, my family lived in that house too. And it was to conserve money. It was to conserve resources. It was to have more people around to deal with the kids. It was all of those things, right? And what I noticed is somewhere in like probably the mid 80s, maybe early 80s, when I was young, this idea of everybody like putting their, and the way it worked, by the way, is, and I saw this throughout my life up until about the mid 80s, maybe late 80s. The grandparent, the parents, my parents lived with their parents, my grandparents, as long as they possibly could. And then we've got Nova coming up. Welcome, Nova. How are you?
Good, and you?
Okay. We're not going to have any like fights or anything, are we?
I don't
no
think
idea,
so.
I have no idea.
I don't think so.
Look, you said fight, and I was like, I'm ready.
I don't know these things, right? Like, I don't know all this interpersonal stuff.
I don't know this lovely lady. I have
yep.
no issue with her.
I've never been on a panel with her, so. I don't know.
Okay. All right. So when we have, and so my parents lived with their parents, my grandparents, until they could afford to buy their own house and rent their own, and actually they rented for a little while, then they bought. And I remember that as a very young child. And then when my grandparents got old, the plan was for them to move in, my grandparents to move in with my parents, because we had left. They were empty nesters at that point. And so you used to have this like very cohesive kind of deal where, and that way you had kind of generational wealth, because your parents owned a house, your grandparents owned a house, all of this. And so that all changed to where now you people don't have their look. When parents become an empty nesters these days, they go to Florida for 6 months at a time. They buy a vacation place in Colorado. They do whatever the fuck they want to do. Now, I got no kids. I've got all this money now. I'm not spending on anything. What the fuck? I'm going to go do what I want to do. And they bail on everybody, basically.
Yeah.
And their parents, because we are living longer, their parents don't need to move in. They don't need to be looked after. So they're still very active and they're burning through their cash too. And by the time before people realize it, you have a bunch of people who really ought be taking care of each other, but they're all in like 20 different places and they don't have any money left.
Yes.
Yeah, consumerism.
It is absolutely consumerism. Consumerism has destroyed that multi-generational
people want to blame the economy for not being able to make big purchases as a home. Yeah. But I think that some people should probably take some level of accountability when it comes to that, because if you're constantly ordering DoorDash and Uber Eats and you're constantly paying for all these subscriptions to all these different things
and traveling,
and you're not
Amazon every day,
and you're not able
the
to
latest
save
iPhone,
the only thing about the economy that is your problem is your ability to deny the marketing and not buy the shit that you don't actually need. And you could be saving that money for a purchase towards a house. And
a change in mentality towards, I got to get out of my parents' house. The day I turn 20, I need a home, right?
I hate that. And I hate being told that I need to boot my son out or he's not going to know what it's like to fail.
Right.
I'm sorry. This kid's 19 years old. Don't tell me that he hasn't experienced his own failures up to this point. Like, he knows what it's like to fail. He's going to learn more once he can get out, but I'm not booting him out on his ass so he can end up homeless and back in my apartment.
Sure.
Like, what's that going to do for him?
Yeah. So
I'm sorry. Mine's under 10 and they're all saying the same thing to me. So I know how you feel.
Yeah. I'm going to say two things here really quickly and then we'll get back to the video. The first is that in my life, I lived with my grandparents the whole time I was in college. They had a room. They were within walking distance to the college. I didn't have to have an apartment. I didn't even need a car. Really, I did have a car and I'd spent a ton of money on the car, but that's irrelevant to the fact that I wouldn't have been able to do any of that had I had rent to pay. Right. And if I've made a lot of mistakes financially in my early life. That if I had to do over again, I wouldn't do it that way. Right.
Same.
Yeah, me too.
and the biggest, one of the biggest is buying into the idea that I needed to get out of my parents' house. There just wasn't any, or my grandparents' house. There was no reason for me to do that other than vanity. It's just strictly vanity. And
I think it was the way of the silent generation and older boomers with Gen X kids. Gen X and the older millennials, that's us. I don't know how old Nova Star is, but I'm what they consider.
She's younger than I am.
I'm 45. I'm considered a Zennial because there's a time frame where you have Gen Xers and millennials overlapping and they're very much the same. But the Gen X and some of the earlier millennials were given that message that you need to get out there and you need to do it. And the parents were like, get the fuck out of my house.
Well, and I got to be honest. My second point is to my son, right? So my son's 16. For the past couple of years, and I've said this before, my audience will have heard this many times. A couple of years ago, last year, my son was always talking about going into the military. It was just like constant, like he was thinking about doing the Marines, he's doing this. My wife, who had never heard him had never heard about or never heard this from him before, and who also is a very much you're going to college kid kind of mom, was very curious about this. And so I asked him one day, I'm point blank, I'm like, look, dude, tell me what's up. And he's like, well, I want to go to college. I'm like, okay, fair enough. What's the military got to do with that? Well, I don't want to be a burden to you and mom. So I'll go in and I'll do my 4 years. I'll have the GI Bill and then I'll go to college. I'll pay my way. That type of mentality is lost in modernity. Right. That I don't want to be a burden to my parents. Now he's not a burden, obviously, right? But it's very interesting. It's a very interesting mentality. I think that I don't know what we did to foster it. Maybe I've been a little tough on him
because we come from it.
Probably. And I remember when he was in like 3rd or 4th grade, he had no idea how much money we had. Matter of fact, he thought that we were basically poor, probably because I'm just my mentality. And he said something in the car one day, and I was like, I told him, like, son, if I wanted to, we could go buy anything we wanted today, but we don't need to. We don't have to. You really, don't, just because these people over here are doing all of this stuff, we're not competing with it. We don't know. I don't know anything about what's going on here. And it was a very interesting conversation to have with at that time, I think he was 10, 8 or 9, 10, somewhere along there. Like 3rd grade, that's 9, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to the video. But I do think that it's very interesting that Nova Taylor has been pretty straightforward using good anti-feminist arguments.
Okay.
Tried and true. Not Nova. Stardust, thank you. I knew there was a star in there somewhere. Too many stars going on, right? So Stardust has been all over the damn place and very inconsistent, except for it's all about taking care of. It's a leave no chump behind policy. It doesn't matter how bad you fuck up. It doesn't matter that you can't have a relationship. It doesn't matter that you end up single. That we need to take care of you.
Somebody will always be there.
We have to have a policy in place for everybody. We can't. It can't just be the general public. We have to include the outliers in our policies too.
Yeah.
Well, that creates a lot of dysfunctional people and lazy people to get taken care of on the backs of the taxpayer now, doesn't it?
That's what we were just saying.
Yes, I'm very much on board with all of you. Trust me.
All right, ladies. So you may need to mute down if you start hearing an echo when I put this up. I don't know why it's doing that tonight. It's probably something I did in a setup, but I'm not going to go fix it. So it's just easier to just mute down. And I'm going to put this back up. I'm going to make it big, and we're going to hit play.
It's also a modern invention, right?
You mean without the intergenerational, like the grandparents? I agree that the more family, the better. I'm all for like a communal, like, aunts and uncles and cousins like that. That is good.
But again, if you are in a culture where women are kind of expected to go where their husbands are and be economically reliant on them.
But
right?
Where are they going? Like, what do you mean they're going where their husbands? They're meeting their husbands and then they're settling down. Like, what is this phenomenon
their
you're
husbands
speaking
go,
of?
right?
Like,
if you're completely reliant on your husband and his career, right, and you guys don't have equal footing in this, you're going to go where he goes, right? You're not going to be able to be around your family, your parents, your sisters, your brothers,
I kind
right?
of just reject that concept. I think that it's very possible to stay within your family. Maybe not in this day and age with this economy that, unfortunately, because of feminists, like the women have to go work and everyone has to work. So I agree we're in like a different era. We can't ever go by. They're much more fulfilled by having children.
Women can be fulfilled by both, right? And if it were true that they're just as fulfilled by having children and not having a job, then we wouldn't see the statistics where that women are more unhappy and that they're more lonely and that they're more economically vulnerable.
They're less happy. The happiest women, time and time again, are married women with children.
Married women with children who work.
I'm not. 70%
of
of women are working, so sure they're all working. So I guess you can't even delineate these days.
Married women with children who work, married women with children who don't work are more unhappy than married women with children who work.
What we're talking about, there's less community, but I also think when you fill their heads full of propaganda that they're worthless unless they're working for some, random guy at some random startup.
You can say this opposite for men, right? Men for centuries it's been, men are worthless unless they can provide for a woman. I don't think that's
their duty.
All right, ladies. I'm positive you guys have something to say on this. The measure of a man's worth is his paycheck, basically, is what she's saying.
Yeah, so I actually have notes on this one. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's
Taylor's eyes when she says that. I froze the screen in the perfect spot. Hold on, let me put this back up there. This when she says that the man's worth is his paycheck, basically, her eyes are just like, whoa.
Okay, yeah. So I'm unmuted, right? Okay, so
her culture has something to do with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we shift to duties. Stardust claims historically men have been seen as worthless, which is a really strong claim. You probably should define what you mean by worthless, unless they could provide for a wife and children. And so it's a strong claim to make. Two, she's speaking for men.
Right.
Because she's making a normative,
make a valuation claim.
A value claim, right. So what does she mean by worthless, and where is her evidence to support that?
Worthless to who?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Right. And what struck me about this, the reason I stopped, and I figured that at least one of you would have something to say about it, because it's such a what is it? It's such a just a strange kind of it's kind of a strange way to put something, saying that men are worthless without their job, without being able to provide. They have no other reason to live effectively than to be able to provide. And I think that that's horseshit.
It is horseshit, but I think it's part of her culture might be the issue. Like the Asian cultures are very strong on those types of dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is true, right? Like in her culture, that very well could be the case. In which case it would be more of a kind of like a normative claim. In my culture, it's normative for this to be. I understand you don't have to know all the debate lingo.
Thank you.
No.
Because I don't.
Just
I'll start getting into it, but right now I'm like,
yeah.
So,
go ahead.
Hold on. So I get it. Like it could be like a cultural thing, but I don't know if you got to the point where Taylor ties it back to duty, because most men, I'm not speaking for men, but in effect, when it comes to good men, I have been told that good men find fulfillment in duty, and that they know that providing and protecting are those duties. Therefore, who do they feel worthless to? You or themselves? Are they worthless because you think they're worthless, or because they think they're worthless?
That is a solid point. So El Perro brings up a good point. He says he's been accused of living off his companion and using her. I've actually had someone just recently say that that my wife makes all the money and I just goof off or something. I don't actually know what their point was.
Are you a gold digger, Grid?
Man,
I'm just kidding.
I'm not that pretty. If I was a little prettier, I could pull it off.
Just a tad more. You could get it done. Need
a little work done. But yeah, no, that's very funny. But it is true that I do find truth in the fact that I always feel like I need to be doing something, and it bugs my wife. My wife is at this point like, hey, you need to be doing this. You need to be enjoying your life now. You've done, all this kind of thing. And I'm like, this is how I enjoy my life. Like, she's like, well, you just make it really hard on yourself. I'm like, yes, I do. That's how my brain works. I'm broken that way.
It's how most men work.
Look, my dad stacks tasks. Okay. He starts one, he pauses, he starts another, he pauses, he starts another, he pauses. He never runs out of things to do.
Yeah, my old man who raised me died in his early 80s. He was always moving all the way up until the end. So,
and I think that's part of what keeps you young.
Exactly.
I mean, look, I'm 55 years old. I work people into the ground all the time because I don't quit. I don't stop. And that's fine. I I think that what Stardust says here, I think it's a very common thing, is that women have to work. The reasons they give for women having to work are not the reasons that I think are the reasons in reality. I think women want to be productive in life, and they have a way to do that, right? I think the best way for them to do that is to have a family first. That's just me. I know, old fashioned, fuddy duddy, whatever. But certainly, like the idea of waiting until you're 30 to have kids is insane.
If I would have waited that long, I may not have been able to have children.
I was 35. No, pardon me. I was 40 when my first son was born. I was 35 when I got married. My wife is 11 years younger than me. She was 24. My second son was born when I was 50. Men are different than women.
Right.
Women, this is a problem with feminism. Feminism says, no, you're the same. And I'm like, no, we're not the same. We're not. My wife is now very concerned. My wife has said no more children because, she was when she had my son, my 5-year-old, she was the oldest woman that her doctor had pregnant in her little group of pregnancies. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. I thought women could have babies way late, but maybe not. That's modern science, But let's get back into this before we get too far afield, because we can.
Yeah, off into the weeds we go, just like they do.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
I think that's right, though. I think men are worth more. Men are worth more. Men are complex human beings with all sorts of things inside them.
What should men do? Just what they want? And women should just do what they want.
Men already, men and women should, both do what they want.
Men don't do it. Men don't get to do it like women do it.
Actually.
They absolutely do.
What is the percentage of men who just completely abandon their children during a divorce?
Sure. There's really bad.
A lot of men
really
just
bad men
completely walk away from their families. Who are the ones who are overwhelmingly walking out on their families and not
feel free
coming
to
back?
say stop at any
really
time.
Bad women too. Do you know that
there's really bad women too? But when we look at statistics, right, men are the ones who are overwhelmingly walking away from their families and being absentee fathers.
And children are more likely to be abused in a single mother household.
I was going to anyway. All right. Oh boy.
Why are they walking away? Are they being forced to walk away, or are they choosing to walk away? Because there's a lot of men that do everything they can, and for some reason or another, the way the system is set up, there are some men reach a point where they're like, fuck it.
I mean, you're not
I'm
wrong.
paying $20,000 so I can, and I can't. I'm living out of my car. We know those, so I get it. Like, those might be extremes, but that's what this.
I think her stats are messed up, though. I think that the claim that she's making is wrong. I think what she's trying to say is that, men abandon women more, and I think that's false. I think that we have a lot of data showing that 80% of divorces are filed for by the woman.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of data showing that if a separation is initiated, it's by the woman. And
a lot of times I don't have any empirical stats to serve you right here, but I believe that a lot of the times, if not the majority of the time or half the time, the men are also responsible for the woman's financial obligation to the court through the process of the divorce and the fees and stuff. So that's it stacks.
Well, and
I believe
it's really hard to get accurate stats. I'm sorry for interrupting, Nova.
That's okay.
It's really hard to get accurate stats, but what we do have data for is that it seems like that as high as 70% of domestic violence is actually caused by women.
They instigate.
Well, they'll also beat men, and men won't report it. The problem is that men never report it.
Right.
And so it's hard to say that this is the statistic because it may be high, it may be much higher, but.
Or they don't report it until she causes like serious harm. And then there's no like.
No hiding it.
There's there's no like progressive, there it's just
it becomes an aberration, not a pattern.
It looks like an isolated incident when really it's been a progression of behavior. And I think that when men are in those situations, they should be fucked. There's hesitation. I get there's hesitation because of the way that police sometimes are handling those situations. It gets sticky, and I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah.
But men definitely need protection in those instances so that they can build cases against physically violent women, just like women build cases against physically violent men.
I think that, and feel free to come at me on this. So I feel like a lot of men think that it's a lot of times men feel like it's kind of a phase or something that's just, it's a unique event. It's not something that happens. So I'm going to give you an example. So, my wife was 11 years younger than me. She had some growing up left to do. She's 24, but still,
She had done the year before her brain developed all the way.
I wasn't going to say that.
I fucking hate that. I hate that argument so bad.
So
I hate that argument so bad. She was 24 years old. She knew what the
she's
fuck she was
24. She had some growing up left to do.
That's true.
She was kind of. I wouldn't say she's spoiled, but China, single child policy, that kind of thing. So I remember, and my wife, when we first got married, everything's great. But every once in a while, there'd be a problem, and it was usually her, because I don't really instigate things like that. But it was just me and my wife would get mad about something, and I remember one time she elbowed me in my eye and gave me a black eye. And now it's hilarious when I look back on it. But I was like, okay, she can't do that anymore. So we had a long talk about it, and she understands it and all that. I mean, and I think most men would treat that way. Like, this isn't a serious thing. This
right,
isn't
but if it happens
problem.
again, like, you can't keep letting it happen. Just
a problem.
Same goes for women. Like a guy might lose his temper and shove you, right? And he might shove you a little too hard. Okay, one time. Right, maybe an isolated incident. If it happens after that, you just can't continue to let that happen. It has to be dealt with. I'm not talking about you need to divorce immediately.
Sure,
we're talking about married couples, but like you can't just allow that to keep going as though this is just another isolated because that's not an isolated incident anymore. It's a second occurrence. So,
yeah. Good night, Smoking Spaceman. Glad to have you in the chat. And again, I am getting back to my normal schedule as much as possible. I am super, super busy, but I'm going to be getting back to my normal schedule. So all of my mods, who are some of my favorite people on the internet, glad to have you guys back. Glad to see as many people in the chat as we've had tonight. Because again, I don't think I've streamed since Boobgate. Honestly, I don't know. I know. I just saw Nova get a chuckle out of that. But anyway, look.
That was a clever name, by the way.
I know.
It was really good.
I call it Cleavage Gate, by the way, but everybody else meant Boob Gate.
Same thing.
So what I think Stardust is talking about here is mostly aberration, right? Like, and she doesn't. What I don't hear from her in this whole argument in the entire 2.5 hours, what I don't hear is patterns. This is a pattern. This is a problem because it's repetitive. I don't hear that. It's all about the the isolated incident. It's all about this the single person that it might affect, right? And it's again, it's this no chump left behind sort of policy. And that's what I'm hearing. You guys, feel free to disagree with me. And Taylor is not doing as effective a job as I would like her to do about stopping it. This is what Taylor needs to learn how to do. Taylor needs to learn how to say, stop. This is that I need to address this point and this point alone, and then address it and conquer that point. She can do it like a woman. She doesn't have to do it like a man, but conquer that point and then move on. Because what's happening is that she's not really nailing it down. And so it's muddy. It's very muddy right now. You don't really know. I mean, I know where I keep saying Nova because of the star thing.
Sorry.
It's okay. I know where Taylor sits. I know where Stardust sits. But they're not pushing the win. They're not really like nailing it down that I'm right and you're wrong.
Taylor did a good job asking the questions.
Yes.
So her cross-examination got her points. However, she would ask those questions and then I almost called her Nova. Stardust would like trail off, and you're right. Taylor wouldn't stop her. What she would do is she would respond to, because Stardust would respond with claims, and then Taylor was then addressing that claim, and they just kept moving on to a new claim. So I think that if Taylor had done that, if she would have been like, whoa, like, let's address the first thing you said first. I think, because structurally and whatnot, I think Stardust did a better job. But I think that if Taylor had drilled her while cross-examining her, she definitely would have taken it completely.
I would disagree that Stardust has done a better job. She's not tying her points together. She makes a point, she pivots. As soon as Taylor calls her on it, she'll pivot to another point. She'll pivot to another point, and then she'll come back to the first point, but she never actually ties it all together.
No, she doesn't.
And so that
Taylor doesn't stop her.
Yes. Taylor, I think Taylor, I don't know that there's a winner here. I think Taylor did a better job. Stardust said a bunch of weird shit.
Let me ask you something. Is that a tactic so that you can't nail them down on a point?
Yes.
Yes.
Ah, okay. All right, then.
So it's a very common tactic in debate when you are, especially so most people, when they start a debate, if I were going to be debating Toasty there, I would want to, I have a choice of my tactics. My normal tactic is going to be bludgeoning you about the head with facts that you cannot refute, and then layering my position into that so I build a wall that you can't break. Okay. And what I'm trying to do is literally move my wall. Every time he says something, I want to destroy whatever he says. I want to call it BS. I want to call it garbage. I want to question it. I want to have data. I want to know what he's going to say before he's going to say it, so that when he says, like, just point of fact, Stardust says that, that there's all these, single women out there because their husbands died or whatever, however they became single. I would reply that, and she gives no statistics, she gives no facts, she just makes the claim. Okay. I would say that's very interesting. I don't think you have stats to back that up, but here's what I have. What I have is that sure, there are single women out there, but there are women that are choosing to be single, because in 80% of divorces, women file for divorce. And a very high percentage of the reason given is incompatibility.
Irreconcilable differences.
Irreconcilable differences. They're not saying that this dude beats them. He's not a bad husband. He's just not the husband for them. So now that's just feeling and emotion, and feeling in a marriage is based on more than feeling and emotion. So I think I could destroy her entire argument in about 5 minutes. If that's the argument she's going to make. And that's how I would do that. And she couldn't attack me because the facts are on my side. The facts are what I say they are. They're 80% of divorces are, and probably more than that now, are filed for by women, not men. Men don't leave women willingly in general. Now there are outliers, right? There are men who finally get fed up with this woman's shit and decides that they're gone. There are fuckboys out there that, hey, damn, I fucked up. This chick blew up like pulling a ripcord on a life raft. I'm out. Did that get
you? I was gonna just kind of chime in a little bit and say it's the
I got killed
right now, Mr. Not Right Now thing, right? That's the whole irreconcilable differences. Oh, you're just not Mr. Right Now. You're Mr. Right, but not Mr. Right Now.
Well, and this goes into a lot of like relationship theory. When I was in college, one of the there's a bunch of books and material written about how men and women do mate selection, and where women cannot tell you how they define mate selection. They will give you a ton of reasons and then change their entire viewpoint 10 minutes later. Men stay pretty focused, right? We do a kind of a bucket technique where this woman is a good for now girl, which means I'll date her. I'll have fun with her. She's cute. She's funny. She's nice, but she's not the one. And then she's never going to be the one. I'm not going to marry that chick. We have marriage potential, right? And we have for recreational use only, which means that these are toxic women that we know are toxic, and we know that we should ever talk to, and yet we will because we're stupid. We're men. We're not smart.
It's true.
And that's how our cars get keyed. That's how the windows, all the windows in the front of the house get, broken out by,
baloney thrown on your hood.
Right. Well, that's I mean, that's how all of that happens, right? Those are the recreational use only girls, right? And then you got the good for now girls, and then you got the marriage potential, right? Marriage potential are the ones that you take home the mom, right? They're the ones that you introduce to your friends and actually take to the club. If you're a member of a club, a lot of men aren't anymore, but so in my day it was pretty well. I mean, I thought that mentality makes a lot of sense to me because I see how that's how men in my social group all seem to work. Mm-hmm. I couldn't tell you how women choose men at all.
They choose men based on how the men woo them, for the most part, unless you have the gold diggers, obviously.
Wallets,
with more set agendas. I have seen things come up where men will date until they're actually ready to get married. Okay, then you pick the one who's in front of you, not necessarily the one who was best for you in the past. Oftentimes it shows that they'll just pick whoever's currently around.
So what I did is, all right, and I got out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Michelle, good to see you. Sorry.
They're not coming up in the chat. I don't see it.
Yeah, she's in chat. Michelle Nayak, however you say it. She's in the chat. It's been a while. Good to see you. Look, I've been away. I've been busy. When I was in my early 20s, I didn't think I was ever going to get married. Then I almost got married twice in college when I was between 22 and 24. Right. And the first one, her mother passed. Her mother had Alzheimer's. I was the only person that her mother remembered with any consistency. And that little, for whatever reason, women can maybe understand, men don't. that association drove her fucking crazy. And she could not deal with it. She could not deal with it. And she literally, that's why she left me. We were not fighting. I was not a bad dude. The death, her mom passing and all the feelings around that, she couldn't look at me. She just couldn't look at me. Fair enough. You can't fight that. You can fight a lot of things, but you can't fight that. So I moved on. A couple of years later, I dated this girl for about a year and a half, maybe 2 years. She flipped a car. She basically thought she was going to die. She went ridiculously religious, like crazy religious, dropped out of school, became a missionary, started doing all this stuff, and literally was just completely disconnected from me. Completely disconnected.
Went religious nutcase, huh?
Yes. Went from like a normal, healthy religious sort of thing to like absolute. But I mean, look, again, first of all, I can't come back from that. And she did nearly die. She flipped a car on its top. I mean, I can't come back from that. Look, I'm a talented man, but I couldn't come back from that.
I'm curious. Did you ever keep in contact with that person? Did they move?
I
did.
That's a whole story for a whole other time. We'll talk about it. I promise. Just ask.
Cool.
After that, I thought long and hard about it, and I actually felt like that God was telling me that I was not meant to get married. Because I'd always felt like I wasn't supposed to be married anyway. And I honestly thought like this is God telling me that I'm a single man and that's what I'm supposed to do. Right.
That's kind of fascinating, actually.
Yeah.
Fred, I don't mean
never heard that take.
You gotta go.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off. Yeah, it's been a long day for me. It's almost midnight for me. So I'm gonna go ahead and go. Thank you very much for
great. Yes. Great to have you.
All
wonderful to have you.
Have a good
You're
one.
welcome anytime.
Nice to be on panel with you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And then there were three.
And then there was three. You know, I used to think the same thing about not getting married.
Yeah.
But, oftentimes people make choices and they do things that has nothing to do with God. Really, honestly, it has to do with our own choices, a lot of things. So,
yeah. I probably only thought that for about a year, maybe 6 months to a year, but I was firmly convinced that I wasn't meant to get married. And so I became a complete and total degenerate.
The degenerate face. What?
Okay.
I'm not lying. I don't lie about this. I'm not joking about it. I'm not, I did not date for any kind of relationship. I didn't need to be around women. I enjoyed their company. They were very useful.
Useful.
They're very useful.
What was their function, Grid? Usability?
I was a degenerate. What do you think? What do you think it was? Like, I was not a good person in that period of my life. I really wasn't. And, but I was good enough that I purposefully did not date good girls, right? Like people that I knew were like, they were really looking for marriage. I wouldn't date them.
You went to the village slut. Got it.
Yes, exactly.
So you avoided girls like me, and you went to
a line of them.
Got it.
A line of them.
Okay.
A line of village sluts. All the bicycles village bicycles were ridden. Okay. I was in a very temporary time of my life. I didn't, for several years there, I was effectively homeless because what I did is I was a race technician. I literally traveled the country playing with other people's race cars.
Oh.
I didn't need a home. I didn't need an apartment. When I was in town, I would sleep on my buddy's couch. Otherwise, I did rent a room in North Carolina for a while. But other than that, I was in a hotel room at a racetrack somewhere.
So you were a wrench turner for the racetracks.
Were you like hotel crashing?
Yeah,
that's rough.
and
That can be
you know,
rough
and
sometimes.
it varied, right? So some nights it might be me and like 5 dudes in a hotel room, like people sleeping on the floor and stuff, because you need all these crew guys, and somebody didn't book appropriately or whatever. And then other nights it was just me in a hotel room for a month, outside of, within walking distance of a race shop that I needed to go work in. And so I specifically dated women that I specifically date a very certain type of woman. And then when I was 34, 33 in that area, I made a conscious decision. Well, all right, so let me back up. I had been dating, having fun, having a great time, wonderful, everything's good, but I'm starting to feel pretty permanent about where I'm at. I had kind of met some of the goals that I had, and I dated this one girl, and I was like, I could actually see myself married. Not to her, but I could see myself married. And then I dated another girl right after that was wonderful. She had a kid and all of that. We had a great relationship, but I could not become a stepfather. It just mentally wasn't like, it was asking a lot of me to stay in a relationship for more than 3 weeks. But then
let alone that.
But then have to throw a kid in it. And I just did. I spent like a week, like, am I capable of this? Can I do this? And
right. Yeah.
A little self-reflection never hurt anybody.
Yeah. There's a lot of prayer involved in that too. I was looking for answers. And I just decided that no, but that was the first time I'd felt like I want to get married in like 12 years. Like I was like, this is the first time that I'm like, I want to be married. I want to have an actual relationship. And then I met my wife. Been together ever since, 20 odd years.
Nice. Good job. Congratulations on that, by the way.
But it was that mental shift from I'm a fuck boy to I'm a husband.
Yeah. You grew up, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nyakas,
we're actually reviewing a feminism debate. We just got on this subject of degeneracy, and I have experience in this area.
Mine is less, but I'll take your word for it. I used to avoid things like that.
That's actually one of the reasons I have such a problem with people who get very concerned about body count. Right.
Right.
I mean, well, first of all the men that I know that talk about body count are talking about stacking bodies, because that's what they did at one point in time.
There's a whole slew behind them.
Right. Like
awakened bodies.
I don't know. I honestly don't know any men that are like, well, I wonder what that girl's body count is. I don't know any men that actually say that out loud.
Could you tell me where that came from? Because I've always wondered.
Red pill.
Red pill. Rollo Tomasi specifically.
It was the first thing they asked me when I showed up into the scene.
Yeah.
Well, why is Rollo Tomasi so concerned about body count?
Yeah. Well, he wrote the book.
Sales pitch, sweetheart.
Yeah.
Okay,
when I tell you that dude's a body stacker, or that dude stacked a lot of bodies, I'm not talking about what you think I'm talking about.
Now I get what you're talking about. I wouldn't know until you said that. I'm like, huh? What?
Yeah. I know legit like mass murderers. Not in that sense. It was for our country. It was.
You might want to be specific. Some people will be like, what the hell?
Sure enough. Michelle, I am 55. When I was 35 when I shifted gears. 34, 35. I got married when I was 35.
That's the age my grandmother said, look for the guys who've got all that shit behind them already, Star.
Yeah.
That's what she would tell me.
All right, let's dive back into the debate before because I don't think this goes much longer anyway. But let's check into it again. Toasty, you may need to mute down while the stream is up because it's just I think it's something I didn't set up when I set it up, and I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, no problem.
So, all right, let's make it happen.
Because the men who stick around, are exceptional, right? They're great people. The men who stick around are exceptional. But the women, when men walk away, and you've got the average man and the average woman, of course you're going to have more people who are being abused in these households.
I can just say the same for women that we've like what you're saying, we have the women who stayed because women
women don't have the same choice to just walk away from their families as men do. Otherwise, we'd see it happening equally, or at least in a more less disparate way. Maybe not equally.
I just want to get back to something you said about kind of how men get, like, what did you say exactly? Men, I summarize it as men get to do what they want. But what was your point there?
Well, I think men should be able to pursue what they want, right?
Sure. But I would say that men have duties in a society today that women do not, right? So I can name a few. For example, men have a duty to build and maintain infrastructure. So again, I think if women are really after egalitarianism, true equality, why aren't women banging on the doors of waste management systems and tiling and roofing?
I think we're having a miscommunication. We're having miscommunication. I said this in the beginning because I don't believe in this. I think men and women are fundamentally different. I think you think that too, right?
Yeah, but I think your foundation is just choice. And
no, it's not. So
maybe you can
so men and women are fundamentally different. Okay. They have different interests. They gravitate towards different things. I have never.
Let me drop this down. So this is interesting because Star's trying to argue not Star. God, Stardust.
I'm sorry.
Stardust is trying to argue both points are feminism, that men build all the infrastructure and women don't, but yet that's okay because women aren't meant to do that and men are, but women can't. Like, am I the only one that's a little bothered by this? Like I don't know where.
No. I agree.
Wants to play both ends in the middle.
She seems to be I don't know what the right word to maybe put to it is, corralling herself into a weird little box, right?
I would say that she's trying not to be corralled into a box. She wants to be able to say both things at the same time.
Play both ends from the middle.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. She can't. She's got like two different contending things kind of going on there, and she can't. It's like a boxer when they go out to punch and then they decide not to punch it, and then they like pull back, like a feint, but it's not really a feint.
It's okay, man. So I just thought that was an interesting exchange.
In a weird spot.
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting exchange because Taylor accurately says men built the infrastructure, and that's what they need to do. That's what they're driven to do. Mm-hmm. And Stardust is saying, yeah, of course, that's what they're supposed to do. But at the same time, she wants some level of equality. She just doesn't want equality in this regard.
On the icky stuff.
On the icky stuff, right. And let's get back into it. There we go. Let me
advocated for equality by itself. I think equality of opportunity, right? Women and men. Women and men.
They had the whole time.
No, they didn't have the entire time.
What were they?
Well, you are misconstruing my thing. What I said they had the entire time is that most women worked.
Right.
That doesn't mean that they were well compensated for their work. That doesn't mean that they had the same equality as men. That doesn't mean they had the same equality to go into the fields that they wanted to, right? Mm-hmm. And so when we look at when I'm talking about equality of opportunity, when you look at societies that have the most equality of opportunity, you see women and men diverge even further in the careers that they choose. And that's great. That's perfect. That's wonderful. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, okay. Two things for that though. When you say compensated, I think you're still talking about this idea of like unpaid labor.
Or just not valued, not valued,
okay,
right?
But I can show you many examples where men have these kind of at-home jobs that they're not compensated for. You know, security, plumber, killer
Sure,
of
but
bugs.
these things are not 24/7 like caring for children, right?
Well, one of them has a weight that the others don't, which is someone breaks in the house, one of them's gonna go and fight to the death, and the other one's not, right?
In all reality, like
there.
in all reality, right? Like again, when somebody breaks into the house, like most women experience violence in their own homes. Their biggest threat is from within their own homes, right?
No relation to what I said. Yes, but
But
their
so
married
like
homes again.
Okay.
Can I say something about what El Perro said in the audience?
Yeah, absolutely.
So he says, whether men walk away or the women do, men have to pay 2 bills. Now, well, I want to tell you, I'm from California, and I know at least 3 women who were trying to get divorced because their husbands were alcoholics and dependent on methamphetamines and all kinds of shit, and they ended up having to pay support for them. So I don't know how accurate that is all the time anymore. Your feminism has led to equality to the point where women are now paying spousal support. So there you go. I don't know where Grid went.
He probably had to step away. I haven't even actually finished my own review of this debate. It got so in my personal opinion, it got so circle drained, I guess. Kind of feeling that it didn't feel like it was really going anywhere for a minute. So I had to just like pause it, take a break from that for a second.
Yeah, I know. I've been off and on trying to catch up. Excuse me.
I think
the dog had to go out. I heard the door creak.
Yeah, I had to go piss off my Porsche.
Oh, right on. That was the dog.
Careful. Somebody might find that's not very conservative.
So, for those of you who don't know, my house is over there. I'm in what we call the airplane shed. I built this part of it for my wife back during COVID, so she would have a home office away from the screaming baby and my 10-year-old at the time. And so that she would have an office that she could work out of. I can work anywhere. I'm oblivious to everything. My wife is a little more sensitive. And
yes, we are.
And so on the other
I know what you're talking about.
Wall, on the other side of that wall is what we call the airplane. This is called the airplane shed. On the other side of that wall, there's an airplane that I'm still working on putting back together. It's just one of many that I have. I have 2 in the garage, one in back here. It's a thing I do.
Nice.
But guy stuff. And so when I decided to start streaming, and my wife, I built my wife a sunroom on my house. It's huge. It's like 18 by 20. It's glass everywhere. Because I love my wife. I love my wife. And so I built this really nice sunroom, tile floors, heated tile floors. And so that's where she stays, and I get this now. So
the cold drafty shed.
Yeah, I get the shed, and she she gets the sunroom, which is very finely. What did I do to piss off the steps? I took a leak. That's what I did.
Oh no, I said better be careful about that. Somebody might find that not very conservative of you.
Yeah, them liberal neighbors might be calling the police on you.
I've been, it's interesting. I've had a lot of people lately come at me for not being particularly conservative or whatever, and that's fine. They can, whatever. I will say that, I look, I'm
not conservative. How?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Was your top too low, Grid?
No, I think it's because I didn't have because I have very specific lines in the sand, right? Like I actually have like I don't, I have my own standards.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Hey, Vince Wilson, I need to debate. I need to do your debate show too. Would you like to come up, Vince? I will actually drop the link in chat for Vince to come up. I like Vince a lot. Vince, even though he's a lefty, You know, he's all right. He's all right.
A tolerable lefty.
Yeah, he's tolerable.
Cool.
Yeah. Michelle said, "Congrats on my event. It was awesome. Unfortunately, Star could not be there because you like a child thing, I think."
Yep.
And
Exactly.
which is legit. I've heard great things about it. The sound, and yes, the sound and I mean, look at the production quality we have here with the cameras and everything. The only problem is I didn't notice this until it was too late to change it without it being really apparent. Is they were actually using my camera. We were using two of my cameras, one of Glenn's. I had 4 cameras there if we needed them, and the camera that they were using is a really nice camera. It's called a Blackmagic Pocket Cam. Fairly expensive and technical. And the 2 lines that you see when the camera's on Taylor at the top and bottom shaded lines, they just needed to push a button and those lines would have gone away. Those are framing lines. But other than that, yes, the quality, the sound, everything was great. I had a lot of fun and it was a really good event. Let's get back into the debate. I don't know how much longer we have on this. Let's see. So looks like we got, maybe half an hour. We may skip some of it, skip around a little bit. I don't know. Nova Star looks familiar. Has she been on Sarah's show? Absolutely. She's been around for a while. I don't think she has a particularly large following, but she's growing.
Not yet. I've been very inconsistent.
Yeah. Consistency. It's a real thing.
It is.
All right, let me drop this up,
But like
and
when you're
we'll
looking
get
for a partner,
back into
I'm
the
not necessarily looking
caterwauling.
for a guy who's going to. I mean, it would be nice if he can defend me if somebody breaks in. But my number one criteria is like, is he going to be safe for me to be at home with?
Sure, that should be the baseline. So then we move on from that because that's a very small percentage of women that's experiencing that. And then we move on from that and we say, okay, you are a woman with a husband and children. It's not the majority. So we can't, use the exception as the rule. So you have.
I think it's more frequent than most people give it credit for, right?
Yes, but men also experience this too.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But we agree also that men and women are different, and that when a man is domestically abusing a woman, she can die much easier.
I
right?
agree. But men actually experience, when we look at non-reciprocal violence, right? Women actually initiate that a lot.
I don't think that's right. Women
is
shouldn't
true.
do that. Women should be punished for doing things like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we can use this kind of like fear mongering of your partner can beat
your partner can beat you both ways, but one side is more likely to die,
Sure.
right?
But what I'm talking about, this sort of duties and this household kind of
And be
vocations.
left, and their children's going to be more likely to be left without a
awful
parent.
Things can happen. I agree. Awful things can happen in any moment, at any time. But we don't.
All right. I honestly, I can't believe she just said this. So this idea of who is
more deadly.
Yes.
Obviously men have deadly force.
We do have that force doctrine dictates that we have the kind of the we got force on lock, but she again is using the exceptions to make the rule. And I do think that most of the research that's coming out in modern society is showing that women are abusing men more often than we thought, and probably more often than women are getting abused by men. Men, I don't know anybody that would beat their wives right off the top of my head. Yeah. And now, of course, nowadays, it would be filmed, right? They would be the Steven Crowder effect all over again.
That's
right?
true. Yeah, probably.
So
Hey, let me get out my cell phone while you do that.
Yeah.
We
just happen to be in the only, I'll just throw the link in the chat. I have control over who I let up. So you just click that, get your stuff set up. I'm looking, I'm watching. yeah, I don't know. This is an interesting line that she has. Again, she goes back to the exception, not the majority, right? It's that, again, no chump left behind mentality.
You know, I'm kind of curious. I mean, you're seeing violence in general rising in the populace. And so I'm kind of curious between the relation in that to the homesteading and then by demographic, also by race, you know. So like, I would
nobody
kind of
wants
want
to have that conversation. Nobody wants to have a conversation.
Yeah, I know. I will. I'll have the conversation as soon as I look up the stats because I don't mind talking about the truth. Yeah. It's uncomfortable. And we might lose a sponsor. I don't know, but you know.
The great Vince Wilson in the house.
What's going on, Grid? Long time no see, it feels like.
Yeah, man. Now, you know what, man? We're reviewing this debate because I actually said Wednesday nights I like to have a guest, and if at all possible, and we just kind of chill. I didn't have a guest tonight, so I was going to review. Glenn and I were going to review the debate because we didn't actually get to watch any of your guys' debates, so it's too busy.
No, we're too busy being absolute beast of a guest. And the fact that like you had like there was more libs in that room and arguably some that were self-avowed probably like socialist or borderline communist, and yet you didn't have one single fight breakout. I would say that's
true.
Pretty commendable.
Well, and I've made the point that I made the point that for whatever reason there's a lot of infighting in the right now. And we can just talk. I can finish the debate review later. And it's just really, it's just getting repetitive to where it's just Stardust is got basically a doctrine of no chump left behind. So let's make all the laws for the lowest common denominator. Taylor can't stick her on anything. She lacks a little bit of savvy. She has the rhetoric. She has the knowledge, but she lacks the just the skill to put it all together. That's my analysis of this debate. But let's talk about what led up to all of this. For some reason, there's a lot of what I consider right on right violence because either the leftists are too annoyed or afraid or whatever to interact with those righties. And so all the righties can do is pick on other righties, the people who will come around them and hang out with them. And I think that's valid, by the way. I think that people like yourself go into someone's arena like mine. You and I can have an honest conversation, and I can say, Vince, I think you're stupid, and I think this is a bad idea, and I think this is wrong. But you have every right to feel that way, right? Like you and I can have an honest conversation about it. And I'm not gonna, and whatever we say during this time, I still respect you as a human being. You're still a good guy, and if you need anything, call me, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was the one thing I picked up on from like that I thought was really fascinating is the level of professionalism that was exhibited. And I've for the past week have been trying to really rack my brain around this because there is this, and I've actually seen some people on the left.
It's absolutely rampant on the left as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, like we've seen, like I just saw something where one of like I think it's the Democrat ground game or whatever it's called. They ended up bringing in Jake Lang to debate him, but they acted professional prior to that, and I kind of thought about this after your event is I said, okay, how do I reconcile this? Because I feel like there is a lot that happens on camera, but then when the camera stops from just a pure creator professional standpoint, like Andrew Wilson, when he came in, I shook his hand. But if you looked at our debates, it's extremely hostile.
Sure.
Right. But I think that's that fine line between professionalism and friendliness, right? Like, would me and Andrew probably go hang out and grab a beer? I don't think so. And I think somebody tried to invite me, neither here nor there, but like, I wouldn't do that. Not because I hate them or anything. It's just that's just not my crowd. It's not something that I necessarily do.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we kept it professional.
Just like I don't want to go hang out. I don't want to go have a beer with Destiny.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't drink, so that's the first problem with that. But you know.
Yeah. But if he was at the event, you'd probably like, shake his hand.
I wanted
and say,
him to come.
hey,
He was invited to the event. I wanted him to come there. I want to kind of wrap up what I was saying earlier.
Oh, sorry.
There seems to be in the left spaces a mantra that you can't interact with people, with creators on the right, because we're not going to operate in good faith, or we're just going to belittle you, or we're going to lure you into an ambush and make you look bad and all of that. And I think that that's a valid concern because the left has been doing that to each other for the past 6 months and just tearing each other apart. And so why would they want to interact with someone like me unless they know me, and unless you know that you're going to come in here, we're going to disagree. Okay. We're not going to have the same point of view, but I'm going to treat you like a human being. We don't have 100%. To like each other to work together. I'm going to, I'll do the best I can to respect you as a human being until you lose that. Right now, I'm not saying that you couldn't lose my respect. Certainly that's possible. Sure. But I don't gain anything from fighting other leftists. Other righties, right? So if Nova Star and I have a debate, our viewpoints are so similar that we're going to have to pick the smallest little differences to harp on. And now I look like an asshole, like a dumbass, picking out these little tiny points. I have many more things that I can argue with you about.
Sure.
Right.
And I let me ask you, because I'm curious, because I've been noticing that the right is on this big religion kick. Sure. I don't know if this kicked off because of the whole like 2024 Kamala Harris thing or whatnot. Do you think that they have dug into the religious debate arc scene because of the fact that there has been such a divide between the right and the left, that the only thing that they have left to really kind of quibble about is no longer about, like, I don't see any right on right like debates necessarily about, say, MAGA versus, Groypers like it's I see heavy debates though on the religious front, right?
Yes. Well, the religion is something that's good to debate because there's probably going to be something that everyone disagrees about in religion. It is probably the most argued about subject on the planet. And so if even within a group, I can find something to argue, and I frequently do. Glenn Lawrence and I argue all the time about religion, and I don't debate religion because I don't feel like I'm qualified. But he and I will talk. We go round and round and round about this stuff because it's easy to do, and I'm not going to get offended by it because it's your belief system, and I don't care. I do not do religion debates. Mostly because I don't feel like I'm qualified to talk about it. And to me, it's a very personal thing. I really don't care what your religion is. I really don't. I don't need you to be Orthodox. I don't need you to be Catholic. I don't need you to wear the same striped tie as me.
May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Are you Orthodox?
Me? No.
Yes. Oh, okay.
I'm Southern Baptist.
Oh, you're okay. And then Glenn came from what was it, Calvary Chapel, right?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, which was down the street from Redondo, where I used to live, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm a Southern Baptist. So I'm one of those that looks at most other religions as being soft. You guys never talk about hell. You never talk about sin. You never talk about your soul. They don't talk about that. They talk about peace through love.
That's post 1960s. No, that's not my dad's church though. He talked about all those things that you did right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's I just and so I can identify a lot with the Orthodoxy, right? My problem with Orthodoxy is more procedural than doctrine, right?
See,
and it's not even a problem.
See, I think that's what kind of makes my viewpoint a little bit unique in the sense that, like, I grew up conservative. I grew up, and it's kind of funny when you look at me and my wife. My wife and I met in high school. We moved in together at 19 years old, ended up getting married, having kids, and we've been together for the past 13 years now. And I think it's just, and then when you think about like my background being growing up in a Christian private school, I have a very unique perspective coming from the left now, because there are conversations that we have about religion, and I sit there and like my biggest, I've been to a whole bunch of different churches, from Southern Baptist to Presbyterian. I think was one that I ended up going to for a little bit, and then ended up going to just non-denominational churches. The biggest issue I had, and this certainly doesn't speak for all Southern Baptists, I know that there's the Southern Baptist Convention, which can get pretty political. That's where I start to get a little bit kind of like, I think there was one event that I remember seeing at one of the churches nearby that I know it literally is a Southern Baptist, because they're part of the Southern Baptist Convention, that hosted a political rally, which I thought was super odd, that it was being hosted at a church of all places. But
Well,
I'm
they used
able
to do
to, I
that.
think, yeah.
That used to be commonplace.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, even think about like early, the early American experiment. But I think that's for me why it's like just unique coming from the left, being able to kind of have this weird, what is traditionally considered conservative life, but my beliefs are kind of the opposite of that, which is interesting.
I mean, I think what we're seeing on the right is to some degree what would be considered a purity culture. And it's
Correct.
if you don't believe exactly as I believe, then fuck you.
Tribalism.
Extreme, yeah. Tribalism is another word for it. Not quite tribalist, but it's close enough, and his purity culture is such that almost a month ago now, I had Nova here on my show, and Nova had a slightly more low cut top than what she's wearing tonight. We had a young man on our show who is leaning Orthodoxy. I think he's Catholic, from the Catholic Church. I think he's leaning Orthodoxy now. And he really kind of had a real problem with Nova and the way she was dressed, and saying that she was a conservative, right? That was and that changed a lot, right? That got modified quite a bit. Anyway, that what I call cleavage gate literally is still going on. People are still arguing about it, about modesty and conservatism and what is, and I'm like, I don't know that and maybe I'm just that weird dude that reads a lot of weird shit and has like a lot of weird factoids at my disposal when my brain works right. But Russell Kirk, who wrote the 10 Principles of Conservatism, who is actually the guy who defined what conservatism is in the modern world, he says modesty is modesty and slut shaming, that sort of thing is more of a leftist point of view, because they want everyone to be alike.
Yes,
conservatives value individualism, and so it's a very odd thing to me to have a bunch of conservative people who do not value individualism. That's very odd.
Not when you look at it in the religious standpoint, because a lot of religious standpoints is conformity already as it is. So it's just kind of a following through of that.
Right. And that's, again, a lot of my problem with Orthodoxy is procedural. I'm not a nationalist.
Same.
Right? I don't believe in I don't believe in that. I'm a rugged individualist. That was weird.
Well,
My
then.
air conditioner just like
Poltergeist.
So what happens is if I run my air conditioner in here all the time, it'll form ice, and it like works its way through the system. That was odd though. That was weird. Anyway,
something's gonna come up behind him or something and disappear.
That was cool. I mean, I was reaching for one of the. Don't worry, I'm good. Don't you worry about me. We're all right. But yeah, so I'm Cam says he's in favor of bringing back social shame, and I don't have a real problem with that. But I think you need to do it like I think there's a specific way that would have to happen. And honestly, we already have social shame. That's what the leftists do every time they see somebody that disagrees with their platform, whatever that platform is. If it's ICE, well, they're going to socially shame you for liking, for supporting ICE. They're going to socially shame you for not wanting whatever. We already have that. Like, why do I want more of it? I don't want more of it. I want less of it. Rugged individualism, bring it back.
Yes,
rugged individuals.
Yeah, I mean, hey, listen, I don't want to be like that happens on both sides, but like, the right does a little bit of shaming too, though.
Well, absolutely, we do. 100%.
And to be, I mean, like the thing is like it's not unique to one side, but and this is kind of where my like, because I'm a big like news junkie. Like I don't get into the whole morals and everything else, like philosophy debates and stuff. But like to me, if what the right is saying is true, that we are facing an existential. Did y'all hear that? Oh, okay, I thought there was some like weird buzzing. If there is some kind of an existential threat that the left is like going to take over the country, and as Stephen Miller puts it, that like, they're coming for your family and your kids and everything else. Why are we why is the right debating like so heavily with like philosophy and religion? Like it would seem like you would want to meet
because of nationalism. Because of nationalism. So while most people, including myself, equate nationalism with the left, it can also be a right wing. It can certainly be right wing as well. Christian nationalism is what, and this is like a long subject to talk about. Christian nationalism is growing. The idea of having a Christian nationalist state is growing, but the way that it's doing it is very interesting, because if I think of a when it is posited to me as Christian nationalist is like, what is the problem of having our country run on Christian morals and have the church involved in government a little bit more than it is now? It's hard to say that there's something really wrong with that. But the problem is that I'm a constitutionalist. I'm a constitutional conservative. That means that if it's not in the Constitution, I really don't want you talking about it or doing anything with it, because at that point now you're infringing upon me, and I don't like that. And so I understand it's a very simplistic breakdown. Don't come at me, bro. Just accept that I understand that there's like 1,000 things you can go, oh, but you believe, and yes, you're right, but just accept, just let it flow.
I'm the same, Grid.
And so and being a conservative means that I believe in your right to be a shameful communist fucktard all you want to be. As long as you don't, and as long as you are doing it and you're not hurting anybody, and it doesn't, and you don't, and we have the NIMBY thing going on there, not in my backyard. As long as it, then you're cool, right?
Yeah, now, I think that's the interesting. I think that's the interesting thing, though, right? Is that like when we talk about the far left, we're seeing this happen right now with the whole Hassan thing that took place. And
tear him out.
Yeah. So right. Yeah. So I'm like, I'll tell you this as like as a liberal, it pains me to see that whoever thought it was a great idea to bring up Hassan in a Mao outfit to the Young Democratic convention or whatever, and then he shit talked Democrats the entire time.
Yes.
And at a time in which we are living. Yeah, at a time in which we're facing like 1950s McCarthyism or whatever, where they're sitting here saying everybody is a communist on the left. I'm like, that is the worst. Now, granted, I do believe that the Republicans would still do that, even if Hassan didn't do that. But at the same time, from a pure political strategy, that was dumb. And
I'm pretty hardcore conservative. I don't know how far right you would put me. That's okay. I'm pretty hardcore conservative. But I can say a leftist as a social. Look, I divide leftist into like socialist, communist, and then an anarchist, right? Like, and so I don't actually care which one you are, right? You can go believe it's fine for you to believe in these things. The question is that the problem I start having is when it starts affecting entire towns and affecting entire cities, right? This is why I have the same, but I have the same thing on the right. While I'm absolutely in favor of this being a Christian nation, I would be very unhappy and would not go along with a national religion. I would not go along with that.
Agreed.
Because I'm a conservative. The question a lot of people are, for some stupid ass reason I've yet to fathom, people are saying, well, what are you conserving then? I'm not conserving anything. That's not the meaning of being a conservative. I am conservative in my thoughts and actions and viewpoints, right? I don't seek to push my agenda on you. That's what leftists do. If I do the same thing, then now I'm a fucking leftist, right?
I mean, this is the.
And I know I'm throwing all of these categorical errors in your direction, but just grant me a little latitude here, right? We can agree that most leftist principles are socialist, right? Can we agree there?
They are.
I don't know if I don't know if I would necessarily agree. So like the thing is like on the left way I look at it is you have liberals, progressives, Dem socks, if you really want to play that game, socialist, and then communist, and that's taking it from the political axes and moving further over to the left. And the further left you get, typically the more authoritarian you get, the more government control you get, and that tends to follow
right.
as well.
Same
correct.
Thing
the further right you go, the more you're going to get into the whole like authoritarian, more government control,
totalitarian,
horseshoe theory, right? Totalitarian, and that's why, like for me, like I'm a liberal. I'm pretty much center left, and in the world's view, I'm probably center right. But in American politics, I'm center left. And for me, I look at it as that I want fairly limited government, but I want government protecting the rights of those individuals who are protected classes, things like that, right? And you get into some categories.
What's the protected class?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
Yeah, so like you get into things like for example, certain minority groups or certain and minority groups can be like those of African Americans. You can get into things like the LGBTQ community, certain things like that are minority groups to help protect those individuals. Maybe even you could probably even go in. Well, from discrimination, things like that, and that can discriminate. And it can even go into like, actually protected classes, I think is more of like the legal sense, I believe, is race, sex, and gender. I think, I don't know if gender's in that anymore, but it's typically like race, sex, and gender. And it can go for male or female, right? Discrimination. It can go for white, black, or Latino. Exclusively.
This is fascinating to me because to me, I expect to be discriminated against. I discriminate against people all the time. I used to run a race team. The easiest part of the car to replace was the driver. You suck. Get out of the car. We'll put somebody else in there. Right? Like that was the easiest part. Like seriously. I literally used to tell drivers, I said, the easiest part of this car to replace is a driver. They self-install. Well, they're easily removable. They self-install, and there's always one in stock. Literally, like I could literally just walk the paddock and say, "Who wants to drive my fucking race car?" And I'd have a guy there standing there with his resume in his hand, ready to go. And so I was very discriminatory. You do this, or you're out of the fucking car. And I don't understand it. I find it immensely interesting this idea that we need to protect specific group. First of all, I don't know who we are, but that certain groups need to be protected, and how that. First of all, I don't understand how that's not discrimination in and of itself.
It is,
but protecting them from discrimination, I think that's odd. You could say that that you're looking for equality, but I've never seen that to be the case in any of these things. It always ends up being a preference towards those protected classes, and that fuels social angst and anger. And I think that that's a wrong way to do it. So I'm more of a, if you don't want to hire somebody, the government should not tell you to hire that person, and you should not be sued for that. If I want to fire someone, I should be able to fire someone just because I just don't like the way they fucking look at me.
Right. It goes towards the point of, well, what's the point of owning the business if it's not your freaking business, right?
To some degree, sure.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't,
but yeah, I'm sorry. I went on to diatribe there. I apologize. It's late, so my wife's going to call me in a minute and be like, "Hey, supposed to finish at 11,
Oh man, I will say, like, to me, it's not like, and I also believe that we should have a limited government interference in our business as well. But I do look at it like, for example, we just talked about religion, and I think having grown up in the church, I think there is a predominant understanding that the women typically do not have a place in leadership. It's typically the men who do.
I mean, that's biblical. That's literally in the scriptures. So.
Well, sure, yeah. Well, and the thing is in the idea of, if we were to remove those said protections and we did get into, say, a Christian nationalist state, then we would have a certain particular group who would be.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with a Christian nationalist state either. I'm not a nationalist.
Yeah. Honey, I don't agree that all women should be in those positions of being bosses. Not all women are cut for it. You understand?
Well,
it's true.
No. What I'm getting at with that is
he's talking about in the church. In the church.
Oh, I thought you said in business.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that, like, if we were to remove those protections of the government protecting race, sex, and gender, or whatever, I think it's gender is one of the ones. I don't know. Anyways, if you get rid of the race, sex, and gender part, and we get rid of those protections, and we just allow rampant, discrimination, and Christian nationalism were to take hold. Well, I'm saying, and if we were to, for example, if we were to remove it right now in the current state we're in, and Christian nationalism were to take hold, and there is a trend that seems to be moving more towards that. And knowing that the Christian faith typically puts women at a lesser in less roles of leadership, there is a real concern that women could be deprived of their right to, say, vote. Women could be deprived of certain.
But all right, let me give you from my perspective. Okay, I like where you're going with this. Let me give you from my perspective. Okay, so owned a lot of businesses. I'm always looking to buy more. If you happen to be selling one, let me know. So one of the businesses I'm going to use, I'm going to use two cases. Bear with me. I try not to be too long-winded, but I often fail at that. I'm looking at a business right now that has 2 employees, makes about $230,000 a year in total revenue. I think it's actually closer to 250, but whatever. Well, it just doesn't matter. It ought to be making, with those 2 employees, it ought to be making closer to between $480,000 and $500,000 a year in revenue. One of those employees is a female. The other is a male. She is new, He is not. He's been there. He's been he's been in that business a long time. And if I were to strictly look at that information, I would say, well, probably the female employee is not pulling weight. That may not be the case. It may be the case. I don't know. But I think it's a reasonable thing to look at and say, okay, it's probably not pulling the weight. We'll find out. But as an employer, I would find out before I just leapt to the conclusion. I think that's a problem that a lot of people on the left have, is they don't understand that I'm as somebody that writes paychecks out, I'm going to do whatever is best for the business. So I'm going to look and see who that weak link is. Why are we not making the money? Maybe it's not even, maybe they're both working to capacity and we need to hire more people so that we can have more throughput. This is a problem. This is where all of this starts falling down, is it's not about the sex. It's not about it's all about ability. It's all about the reality of the situation. And that's the first thing. The second thing, as far as women in leadership. So my wife is, I've said this many times tonight. My wife's very much younger than me. My wife's 11 years younger than me. My wife is higher educated than me. I have a bachelor's degree. It's a double major. I did psychology and criminal justice. It's going to be a lawyer.
Great combo.
Yeah, I was going to go to law school, didn't. My wife has a master's in finance from DU. She has an MBA from Berkeley. Nice. She has all kinds of certifications. She worked for Goldman Sachs in investment banking, which is like an impossible job to get. Okay.
Yeah.
She currently works in I don't know what you would really call her position, but in corporate strategy, for lack of a better word, for a company that who is funded by a massive hedge fund called KKR, and she leads multiple teams of people, and that's totally fine. As a Christian, that's wonderful. She just doesn't get to lead in my house. She doesn't get to lead in the church.
So this is kind of where I want to like hit on. So like if it's purely performance based, I see no problem with that. Like if you're telling me that like you go into a business and person A, person B, or like all things considered, one is doing poorly and that's your decision, there's no problem with that. Now, on the flip side of that, if you were hiring somebody per se, and you were to say, well, I got a man and a woman and they have equal credentials. We're not saying or at least I'm not, I can't speak for the general left, because depending on this particular topic, depending on how far left you go, you're going to get completely different answers. And this is what really,
I think the left is very inconsistent on what you're about to say. I think I know where you're going.
So like, I think at the end of the day, where it becomes an issue is if you have a male and a female candidate who have equal qualifications, and I say equal, obviously within certain degrees. I mean, obviously nobody's going to be perfectly
I was about
equal,
to say,
nonetheless,
this never happens in reality.
No, but ideally, and then the HR person goes, well, I know that this is a younger female who may be more inclined to become pregnant. So because of that, I'm going to go with the male candidate because I want to make sure my employees here every bit of the day, every bit of the week, this isn't necessarily protected. At least I don't think it is, but I could be wrong on that. Is saying, well, the female candidate might be more inclined to take care of the children. So I'm going to discriminate against the female candidate because she's got children. I don't think that she can do that.
So you don't think somebody ought to be able to do that?
I don't think that they ought to purely on. Now, the problem with this is proving it is almost impossible, especially
even if I literally came out and said, I'm not going to hire you because you're a young, pretty woman who could get knocked up at any time. And I literally cannot take the downtime. I'm hiring you for a key position. I need someone that's going to show up. I'm not hiring that guy over there because he looks like he's a fucking drunk. I'm not going to hire him. I'm not going to hire that guy over there because he looks like he plays rugby on the weekends. He's going to get his fucking leg broke.
I'll give you another. Okay.
And so why should I not be able to discriminate on hiring someone based on my observations? And I'll give you from somebody that's hired a bunch of people. My biggest concern, to be honest with you, when I hired somebody was their personality and and I would have to do 3 or 4 interviews with people before I would hire them, because it's easy to fake. It's really easy to come in and be like, yeah, I'm going to do it. If I hired somebody in, I normally was hiring them for long term, right? That was the idea. That very rarely happened because people suck, but that was the idea. And so I'm going to pick the best candidate based on my criteria, and no government ought to be able to tell me what criteria that is. There's no reason why I should not hire you because you're a dude. I have to hire Nova because she's a chick, and I can't discriminate against Nova, and I have to now discriminate against you.
So, well, and that I think there's a couple of things here, which are really, I mean, sure. I'm glad you brought this point up, is there's an implicit assumption then that we have to prioritize the female candidate because of the protection, when again, it's based upon race, sex, and again, I'm going back to gender. I swear, I don't think gender was included in the protections, but nonetheless.
It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, it really doesn't matter.
The point is like, it could equally be with the man. For example, let's say you have a female HR manager, and the female HR manager hates men, right? And they're like, you know what?
I've actually had that very situation. I've had to fire somebody who just hated men and would not fucking hire men. So
you can have that situation there. And I'll take it to the extreme only because of the sense of what you have said about, taking away this discrimination. Now we go even further with the example. I gave you more of a common example that we probably see in today's day and age, but it's kind of less provable. I'll give an even more explicit one. Now we're able to say, well, discrimination is no longer a thing. It's government doesn't regulate it.
Sure.
Now you have somebody who looks at a African-American candidate and goes, well, I believe in the FBI statistics. Chances are he's going to end up stealing my stuff from me.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that a employer ought to?
Yeah, 100%. And I'm going to go even further. So it's better for that guy not to be hired by that company. Because if you think that way, you're always going to look at that guy that way. So the guy this is a problem with the left. You think that because you can legislate morality. The right does too. The right honestly thinks that they can legislate morality.
Mm-hmm.
You can pass all the fucking laws you want to, but you can't change the fact that I don't like X type of people, that I don't like the cut of your fucking jib, right? And I just don't like it. And so if I'm forced to hire that person because I can't discriminate based on whatever, which I can always find another reason not to hire you. But let's say I have 2 equal candidates and I'm forced to hire the black guy or the Mexican guy or whatever. Well, hold on. Let me finish. If I'm basically forced to do that, it will always be in the back of my mind that I had to have that guy there. And the minute I have a reason to get rid of him, they're gone. That guy's life's going to be hell.
Yeah, I don't think you ought. I don't think, and I think the assumption there is that you're forced to pick one or the other based upon because of the probability that there could be somebody that discriminates based upon their skin. Rather, that's not what I'm saying. Is rather the choice of rejection is what really is the problem here, right? Is that if you have an implicit bias towards that individual, bias is not a good example of this, but you decide not to hire the individual based upon the fact of nothing other than the fact of their skin color or that, I think that ought to be protected. The problem with a lot of these things, unfortunately, though, are proving them, right? And I think we would agree that even in today's day and age where we have right to work states, for example, like Texas, good luck. Most of the time you're going to get a rejection letter. You're not even going to know. The person across from you could be a complete racist and you have no idea about that. They could be a feminist.
That's why the laws are it. Yeah, right. And I agree with you. And I'll go even further. Like I will be 100% honest. I've not hired people because I didn't like how they came to the interview. I didn't like the way they dressed. I didn't like the way they cut their hair. I didn't like and I'll go even further than that. I was fucking racist when I hired people. And when I had a body shop, okay? I had a body shop. And I hired everybody. I mean, I tried hiring black guys and white guys. And you know who the best employees I ever had were?
Tell us.
Mexican or what I used to call amigos. I don't know. They didn't all come from Mexico. They were all, I don't know. I called them amigos. The amigos and the Asians, the Hmong, the Vietnamese, and those motherfuckers, best workers ever. And I tell you how this worked for me. Okay. I would hire one in. I would have a job. I'd say, I got a job. Come in here. He would come in. He'd bring 4 of his friends with him. At least one of those dudes was a master body technician that knew everything there was to know about doing body work on cars and prepping cars for paint. And he would teach everybody else. Never failed. His Uncle Tito or Uncle whatever, I don't know. They would play the loudest, most obnoxious mariachi music or salsa or whatever that shit is. Literally at ear-splitting levels all day. All day they played this shit. But they got work done. They would bury a painter. Like painting cars is fast. Like actually spraying paint on cars, that's fast. These guys would bury one. They'd have a line of cars out the front that they did body work on. And if one of them came into work and was in a shitty mood, I didn't have to go out there and say, hey, why are you in a shitty mood today? The other 3 dudes would ride his ass. They would throw shit at him. They would put sandpaper on his back. They would dust out the fucking the soft pads. They would dust them out right in front of us. Anything to the point where that guy was laughing and cutting up with them. Like they would wreck that dude. He was going to be there and he was going to work hard and they were going to get the job done. And it never failed. It was, and so I literally got to the point where I only hired for the body shop for the body techs. I only hired amigos or Asians. You know how a white guy or a black guy has a conversation at work like this, leaned up against the car, talking, probably with a cup of coffee in their hand for like 15 fucking minutes. You know, those guys, they get to work. They were working every fucking minute that they were there except break time. And I've never seen a more coordinated break effort in my entire life. These guys, if at 11 o'clock, they got a 15-minute break, at 11:01, they were all on break. They had their like little lunch packs out or whatever. And at 11:15, they're back. They're back on the job. Or what, 10:30, whatever it was. It was great. So how is me doing that bad?
So
it's like reverse. I got to the point where I wouldn't hire white guys.
Yeah. So I think the issue is because you've had the experience that you've had.
Sure.
I
love the look on your face, by the way, when I said I was a racist when I hired people. You're like,
well, I was just like, saying that online is a bit of a controversial statement, but hey, more power to you. But no, yeah. I think when I get what you're saying, and it's a very similar thing that I have heard in general, like and especially when it comes to Hispanics. And little side note of my little lib thing is there has been instances in which like people have called ICE on workers that are like 90% of the way through with their roof and stuff. Crazy work, but sure. Little side venture there. The crazy thing to me is not crazy thing. I don't know if, well, the problem I have is that if you were to, and this is exactly why we should protect some of these particular characteristics, is because your experience with that individual that you hired because they were black, or even quite frankly, the good experience that you saw with Hispanics is not speak for all, right? So sure. You may have a candidate that comes in and is African-American, but they have an amazing resume. They have a great work ethic, but because of your perceived perception, I don't think you would, I maybe I'm wrong, but I don't get the impression from you that you'd be like, oh, nope.
I think Noah wants to go.
It's not like a want. It's just a have to.
Oh, have to. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just read it. Yeah. So here's what I'll say to that, Vince. from my observation, having, at one time I had 60 people working for me. Okay. I hired and fired people. As a matter of fact, the reason I know so much about the hiring process at the body shop is because I hated to go there. That's like the most boring business on the planet. It's an ATM. I mean, it just prints fucking money, but it's boring. I don't like it. There's better places to be. If I showed up, somebody was getting fired. Everybody knew that. When they saw me pull on the lot, they were like, "Oh fuck, somebody's getting fucking fired."
Yeah, I mean, somebody didn't do their job.
Right.
That's why you're there.
Right. And so what I will say is that as somebody that's hired and fired a bunch of people, I take a resume and I kind of look at it, but I was really measuring the person in front of me and their answers to questions and things like that. And I have sat in on meetings where I've been going to buy a business or something like that, where they did not hire people because of one reason or the other. And I thought that they missed out on a good employee, but that employee honestly dodged a bullet because they were never going to be appreciated there. So where you think, well, that's really sad that this black guy doesn't get hired because even though he's got this amazing resume and he's getting passed over for a white guy or a Mexican guy or a Honduran guy or whatever. Well, you think that's sad. I think that's lucky. Because I don't think he would have been happy there. And so I would much rather have him, like I had to when I was starting out. It took me a long time to get a really good job because I didn't look like I didn't look like I knew what I was doing. I'm a white guy with a college degree trying to do car stuff. Like that's weird. I look too clean, I guess. I don't know. But
well, Grid, I think the one problem is that, and I kind of see what's happening here is it's the idea that we're forced to hire this individual because of their immutable characteristics.
It's not even forced to hire, right? It's
well,
that,
and that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And yeah, real quick. So, and this what I'm trying to say is like, in other words, it should only be about the merits of that particular individual, and their race, their sex, their gender should not come in as a factor to that. It should be purely based upon, and again, if they come in and they're dressed abnormal, well, and again, abnormal, again, if you look at you can have certain prejudices, certainly. Sure. I think most of us have certain prejudices. Mm-hmm. But it's, again, trying to go based off of pushing more towards, hey, look at this individual, not based upon who they're walking in as, whether male, female, black, white, Asian, Latino, whatever. But look at who they are. I
agree with you. What function can the government possibly serve in that?
Yes. So if there is, and again, this is the problem with this that I've acknowledged, is if there is some kind of a means by which somebody has been discriminated against for their sex, race, gender, whatever, and it's able to be proven, then there can be some kind of a remedy via, say, lawsuit or things like that person can take against that company to try to make that right. However that looks. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know labor laws and things of that nature, but typically it comes.
Well, the only way that works, though, Vince, is if it's illegal not to hire somebody because you don't like them, because you don't like their skin color, you don't like their lifestyle, you don't like. If you again. It's really an attempt to legislate morality, and we can't do that. It just never works. Right. And so I could see, and I will agree with you on one thing, right? So if I hire somebody, right, let's just, for example, say I hire a young Asian female to be fucking secretary, or they don't even call them secretary, office manager, or I hire her to handle accounting, and she does a great job, right? And I fired her, even though she's doing a great job, impeccable history, everything. And I just one day just up and fire her, and I replace her with my brother-in-law, which I don't have a brother-in-law, but if I had one, a brother-in-law, my brother-in-law's daughter, right? Who doesn't know shit about accounting and is going to fuck everything up, which I would never do because I'm all about my money. But if this was such a situation that happened, why does this person deserve to sue me for just doing what I want to do with my business.
Well, to be clear, that person could sue you for wrongful termination.
Well,
just
they
to begin
literally
with.
can,
right? I mean,
anybody can sue you for any damn thing. I mean, I've
That's
been
what I was
sued a
gonna say.
lot,
I mean,
brother. I've been sued
I was
a
going to
lot.
say they
I
can
got
sue
a
you for
list.
almost any, and that's what I was going to say is like it really just depends on the facts of the case, right? Like if you just simply fired her and then brought in your brother, there's probably not a case there. But could that person and like you said, and I have seen this by the way as well, where people get fired because they're just really shitty employees. And then they end up suing because of some kind of a discrimination. It's like, well, you have to
And they
prove
make
that
some shit up.
discrimination.
You could say
Right,
they
they can
make
make
shit up.
yeah. They
You can say
can,
it.
yeah,
It's
they can
fine.
make right. They can make shit up all the time, right? But again, it's where the court would come in and the court would have to try to figure out, okay, what are the facts that happened
Okay,
during this? Was there
That's fair. I like where you're going there. But again, what laws do we need for that? Because you can already do that, right? I don't need to make a law saying that my man Toasty down there has to hire Nova for to do a job that she's not suited for, right? Or maybe she is suited for it, but he just doesn't like her because she's got huge boobs. Maybe he's a small boob guy.
He's a small boobed type of dude. Yeah.
Maybe he just
trying to
doesn't like that.
see- because this is where it sucks because I'm not a labor law attorney.
Did this camera freeze? Yep,
it's probably me because I went on to
It's
I went on.
been kind of pixelating a little bit every now and again.
Well, I was gonna say I've also been I'm at a hotel. So after I got done with your event grid, I went home to my family for like a day and then ended up like immediately getting on a plane the next day to go out of town. So it's been crazy. And then I have to go out of town again next week. So yeah, it's been insane. And of course the wife is pregnant and she is with two
congratulations.
kids who are thank you. She is we have a 3-year-old and a 6-year-old now. And so she is full on meltdown mode and I am trying to keep myself together. But
get it out of here. I'm ready.
Well, it's tough too because it's like I'm traveling and I've been traveling a lot over the past year and a half and I know she's at home with the kids and then when she calls me it's like I can't do anything. I wish I could, but nonetheless, to our earlier conversation, I don't remember which law is specifically it is. I'm sure. I think it. I don't want to say it's Title IX. I can't remember which one it is, but there is a particular law that will do it. And if that were gone, then there would be no course of remedy, like course of action for that individual to necessarily take because it's by way of not being a law, it is in essence legal to go ahead and discriminate. So there would be no case for that person to even bring in the first place, right? And so that's kind of why for me, I say, look, can you prove it? It's a very difficult case to prove in our current society and standard as it is. We know that it tends to happen in terms of, by way of like, for example, us saying that secretaries tend to be more female dominated, whether that's because they're viewed as more friendly. I don't know. There's some kind of a psychological interpretation to that. However that gets brought up, we tend to see more female secretaries. Well, men can be good at it too. Have you seen a very dynamics? Have you seen a very flamboyant man? They can be pretty good receptionists. I'm just saying, but that's a whole different conversation.
That's a great way of saying that. You wanted to say gay, but you said flamboyant instead. I understood what you meant.
To be fair, to having been
some have too much attitude, but I digress. But okay, sure.
After having been away from my conservative arc, I've realized that just because you're flamboyant doesn't inherently mean you are gay. It can mean that you're just a very feminine man, and there are people like that. But 9 times out of 10, yeah, they might have a little spice to their life. But it's been an interesting.
All right, for a lefty.
Can I ask both of you a question?
Sure.
Do you guys think that the way these anti-discrimination laws are set up are actually hurting the value of having a college degree and being able to build
yes
a meritocracy?
No, so actually I think, and that's kind of my point. Well, and again, this is where you ask 5 different leftists, you're gonna get 5 different answers, to be fair. But my take and why it puts me in the liberal space is because I would say, again, the anti-discrimination is more to take away the immutable characteristic and push you more towards looking at the individual's merits rather. And so does it make a person force them to hire a particular, like quotas, for example, which are typically get into your DEI policies? I wouldn't be necessarily for a particular quota. I would say that, again, you should look at your merits of that individual. You shouldn't be forced to hire a particular, because that's where it does get kind of discriminatory, right? If you have a quota policy and then yeah, you're going to face that. Now I have to look into this more because I don't know how I ended up on this. This is one of my like weaker topics, to be completely fair and clear. But no, I think, again, it's not that you should be forced to hire the person because they're white, black, male, female. It ought to be just take the person you're seeing in front of you in terms of their skin color. Now, dress is fine if they're coming in and they're wearing, whatever kind of attire that you don't think is going to fit your clientele, then that's not an immutable characteristic. That individual decided to dress shitty for an interview. But if you're looking at a particular individual just because of, I see your skin color, thus you are a, criminal or an illegal or whatever it may be, then that's where the problem therein lies. You're not judging that individual based upon their merits. You're judging that individual based upon something that they cannot change about themselves.
Okay. Would you like to take your turn, Grid? Because I was asking it to both of you.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we do actually have policies that force the hiring of people, even when they're not actually qualified. We did have those. Most of those are gone now. I will say that. DEI was a horrible, horrible thing. And it did lead to problems because, you were forced to hire people strictly based on anti-discrimination policy. And
government quotas. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, the quota thing was kind of secondary, really, but it was the standard that was set that wasn't appropriate for the things that were happening, right? And so I think, but I think a lot of that's been unwound. I think that for the most part, people have, employers have realized the error, or not employers, but the government has maybe seen the error of their ways in that. I don't even know that I believe in meritocracy, right? Like when I'm hiring somebody, I'm taking a risk on them. This is a problem this is the problem I have with all of this, right? Like now, if you're talking about in corporate America where it doesn't matter, you've got 30 people there. If this guy sucks, you've got 20 people behind him that's going to take up the slack and blah, 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 whatever. So it's different. For small businesses like mine tend to be, one person means something. And so if I'm forced to hire because I'm concerned about being part of a discrimination lawsuit, if I have somebody's come through, and actually this did happen to a company that I worked with. I didn't own it, but I worked with them. One of my companies worked with them. Somebody actually filed a discrimination lawsuit against them because literally everybody that worked there was white. Now it was all coincidence. Like nobody, they didn't have a policy, and like there were 3 or 4 different hiring managers of 3 or 4 different sections, but it just happened to be that all the people that wanted to do that job, which it was a shitty job, they all happened to be white.
Yeah,
there might have been like a half Mexican there. I don't know. But somebody filed a discrimination suit against them, saying that they're all white and they wouldn't hire this guy. And I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I think the interesting
that was in
thing
Colorado,
too,
by the way. So I mean, that was there.
Yeah, I think the one thing too to mention too as well is that like oftentimes DEI gets misunderstood. And again, one of the leftist issues, it depends on who you ask, you're going to get 15 different answers. But people may be surprised to find out that Americans with Disabilities Act would probably fit under DEI because it's inclusivity, right? Some DEI policies are not incredibly terrible either, right? Allowing, making laws so that we can have access for people who are in wheelchairs and have, again, an inability to be able to say, go to, I don't know, the movies because there's no ramp or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Those are probably considered DEI. Now, has it been taken to the extreme? Sure. We've seen a whole lot come out from that era that you would probably see a lot of people, especially on the liberal side, call out on that. Now, again, the further left you go, you're probably going to get a whole lot more of an extreme response to that. Sure. But in terms of like the hiring thing, again, it's if the idea is the fear of being sued, well, then there's a whole bunch of things you can be sued for as an employer outside of discrimination.
I think that, just my point of view, and we're starting to get circular here. Just my point of view is that people who don't hire people talk about this in a very specific way that I don't believe exists in reality. I've never sat in the room or sat across from somebody that was applying for a job and looked at their application and said, yeah, they've got all the experience I need, but I don't like that they're black. I don't like that they're Mexican. I don't like that they're Italian. You know what? I just don't trust Greek people. They're, dirty thieving bastards. I just don't trust them. I've never said anything like that. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. Okay. I'm not saying that there aren't really racist people out there. Right.
It's not as prevalent as they try to make you believe it is.
Right. I just don't.
Yes.
And I'm going to say this because people who own businesses care more about money than morality.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be honest with you, right? Like, so
Trump's a prime example. Sorry, I had to do it. Had to do it.
Hey, you know what? I mean, hey, do you know one of my favorite things that the people on your side of the aisle will bring up that, Trump filed bankruptcy. And I'm like, yeah, do you know why he filed bankruptcy?
Because it was a smart business move.
Yeah, because he had investor. He went in as an investor with some people who build these. I think they were condos or a hotel or something in Florida, and they get about a third of the way through with it, and it's time for the next round of funding. And these guys said, "Well, Trump, we'll bring our money in on the back end. You just go ahead and pay for it all." And he's like, "The fuck I will." So he declared bankruptcy, forcing them to sell, and his company bought all of it. And he's like, and basically the lesson that I learned from that, and I learned this, long time ago. It was like, don't fuck with me. If you try and fuck me, I am going to fuck you so hard. And I've done that in business. Anytime somebody's tried to fuck me over, I will lose money to fuck them over.
Yeah, because, me and Tyler got into that in our debate about. I was going to say that talking point still gets brought up, albeit though it is a much smaller talking point in light of all of the corruption and stuff that we've, me and Tyler debated about.
Yeah,
but
that was a great debate.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I prepared like the night before for like 12 hours, and it was relentlessly exhausting to try to go through. And like I had like literally 40 pages worth of notes, but that's mainly because I had big ass pictures of my freaking research that was kind of pasted in my debate prep, and it was exhausting. But I'm very happy, man, that you brought me up there, man. And like I said, it was a great event. Food was amazing, by the way. Oh my god, that was amazing.
Yeah.
But I missed out on that too. You're telling me?
Yeah. Terry Blacks.
What was it, Vince? Tell me, what were they serving?
The Grid just said it. Terry Blacks, right?
Yeah, Terry Blacks, brisket, and pork ribs.
Oh, damn. Bummer.
Yeah. And literally all the sides, like all of them.
Oh yeah.
Mac and cheese, green beans. You got it. Mashed potatoes,
Spanish rice, green beans, mac and cheese, potatoes of some kind.
Grid, I do have to say one little confession. Okay, I am like, I am a expiration date phobe. So I did grab a sweet tea out of the fridge, and it had like a Best By date of like June 1st or something.
I didn't stock those.
Okay.
Those came with the building. Those came with the building.
I like grabbed the drink and I'm like, it tastes a little funny. Oh, it's like a month and a half old. I mean, it's Best Buy. I get it. It's probably fine, but I was just kind of like, I'm not.
I don't know. So all of the drinks. So we were going to buy drinks. We were on the day before. I'm setting everything up, and I get the lady was like, "We've stocked it with drinks and water and snacks. Just use whatever you want." I'm like, "All right, cool. I don't have to go buy drinks. I don't think, but if I do, I have a refrigerator, and now I don't have to worry about coolers and all that shit." So that worked out pretty good. But I didn't buy any of the drinks. Well, I did. We ran out of like Coke Zero and some other stuff, and we restocked. We resupplied on that. But yeah.
No, I mean, I think I enjoyed it, and I think that was the one thing too, was that like for me, I kind of have been around in these conservative spaces for a very long time. I know how to have these conversations without reading out and being that meme of that yellow jacketed girl looking up at the sky screaming with the the liberal thing or whatever. I know when to kind of turn it on and off, and I told Tyler that. I was like, man, look, I'm going to get animated. I'm going to get emotional. You're going to see me. But at the end of the day, man, we're going to get down. I'm going to shake your hand and we're going to have a good old conversation. That's exactly what we did. So I enjoyed it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to interrupt you guys, but I'm going to go ahead and excuse myself if that's okay.
Yep, I'm going to get out of here too. I'm actually really, really, really surprised that my wife has not called me and said I'm an hour late. And
oh no, she's just gonna be pacing back and forth behind the door.
No, that's not what happens. Nova, thank you for coming on the show again. So by the way,
Thanks for having me.
Before I forget about it, one thing that in the debate with Jake Var and Flow State that Jake kept saying that I find very odd is he kept saying that he was on a debate show, but Wednesday nights here are not a debate show night. This is a chill stream. I have guests. I want to talk about things. Vince, you're welcome back. We can actually have you and I can have a back and forth as and I can do kind of like an interview. I said I wanted to interview you, and I do.
Yeah, man, sure.
But Nova somehow caught a stray because Jake, and how that all happened, by the way, Nova, is I sent out like 5 invites to people that night because I didn't have a show. Normally I have a guest. I got caught up in other things. I didn't have time to invite anybody and set anything up. You and Jake answered, and for some reason he thought it was like a debate night or something. And I'm like, now I didn't know that until the debate with between him and Flow State. And I was like, wait, he thought it was a debate night? It's not a debate night. This is just like this is my chill night. This is a night that I get to just kind of relax.
Well, I think he thought he saw me and my appearance and thought it was an opportunity to have a little Andrew Wilson moment and then clip it is what I think is probably more the intent. So, but he's supposed to be coming on my channel. We're going to have a nice little chat. And for that one, I'll have my tits out more just for him. So,
oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Hey, Grid, that was the crazy thing, right? Was when Jake was like hollering and stuff. It was the wildest thing because I kind of like, after all of that, I was kind of like, all right, I'm going to kind of stay away from him. And then like we started talking and he was like the nicest dude. I'm like,
yeah, he is the nicest guy. He gets really animated in debate. Yeah.
I was like sitting here and that's what I'm saying. It was the wildest experience because you'll see so many people go up there and like at each other's throats and then they come down from it and they're just like, hey man, so you having a good old time? Oh yeah, man, I'm having a good old time. Man,
Mr. Hyde.
Well, that's how I got to be honest with you. This is the second one of these I've done. They've both been the exact same. I only picked, I like to say, I really want professionals, right? I want people that I've seen debate that I know can handle it. I don't want to put in somebody that's really like I was a little unsure about Taylor because she hadn't debated live before. Well, actually, most of you guys hadn't. I think the only people that had actually debated in real life, face to face across people, was Jake Var and Tyler, and they were at my last event in Nashville. Everybody else, it was their first time. Like they've only debated like we are right now, like in a studio, and you're wherever you are, and I'm here in Tennessee, and so it was it's so great to see it come off so smoothly. What I liked, and what of course, I got my steps in that day. Let's be honest, I was all over the damn place. What I really liked is how even people who came just to watch pitched in to help out. Like they could have just sat there in their chair. Right.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. We were all really sad that Nova didn't show up. Nova had said that she was going to be there. There were a bunch of people who said that they were going to be there, but had things come up. I mean, that happens. I had to leave. Like I was supposed to stay the whole weekend, and normally I do a range day. So normally the way this works is Friday night we do the debate, Saturday, Sunday we do modern day debate, and then Monday I take everybody to the range and we shoot some guns and have a good time. Unfortunately, this time I had to be back in Tennessee the next day. So I literally like packed all my crap up and flew out the following morning. And all of that most of that equipment was our equipment. Like we brought all the cameras, all the mics, all of the cables, all of it. It's crazy, right?
That's
like,
awesome.
That's really crazy.
That's
to
really
bring all
good,
that
yeah.
stuff. But
I'm excited for
glad you
GridCon
enjoyed
3.
it, Vince. I started this out. I wanted to, and I want to say this before we go. One of the problems that I hear a lot of right wing and even what they consider themselves moderate creators, debaters, interviewers, that kind of thing. One of the problems everybody says is they can't get lefties. Like I actually, and I understand that, right? Because the lefties are infighting so much right now that they're all on like high alert. Like we were supposed to have a creator, and she literally would not come to our event because she thought she was going to get memed and made fun of and all of that. And I'm like, not at my event. That's not how we roll. But she would not show up. And that's a shame. Right. And
yeah,
because honestly, that I can't blame her for thinking that. Right. So,
well, yeah.
So I go out of my way. I want to crush your worldview, Vince. I want to destroy that liberal cancer in your head. I want you to be like Mike, right? Right.
Listen, you can try. It's
right.
I've been at this for 6 years, so I can tell you it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult to kind of remove that.
I want to destroy the worldview, but I don't have to destroy you along with it. Right.
Sure. Yeah.
I need you on my side. Right. I need you to come over. I need you to come on a little further right, Vince. It's not going to hurt anything. You're going to enjoy it. It's going to be fun. And the way that I do that
on that side,
the way that I do that is by being fair. Like we don't have to agree. We don't have to like each other. One of the reasons why people deal with me is because I'm absolutely fair.
100%.
Right. Like
that's kind of how my view is, man. I sit there, and that's why like I've had a lot of right-wing content creators come out and ask me to come on. I've had more right-wing content creators ask me to do a debate than I've had left-wing content creators. And I'm like, hey, I'm not opposed to it and everything. And my whole viewpoint is exactly like yours, except on the opposite side, right? For me, it's like, look, I'm sure that I'm not going to necessarily bring over 95 to 99% of the audience that's listening. I'm going to be used as probably as a bit of an enjoyment for that person's audience. One, I enjoy debating. Two, if there's even one or two people that I can maybe convince and bring over, great. But you can't, it's important, just like on the right, putting a right winger into the left wing spaces, right? To put your message out there. It's as equally important for me as a liberal to go into these right wing spaces and at least let there be some kind of dissent so that it's not an echo chamber. So
yeah, that's the problem is the echo chambers on both sides.
100%.
Correct.
100%.
All right, guys, I'm getting out of here. You guys were great. You're all welcome back. I will be. I'll do a show. I do Friday afternoon. I'll do a show. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. It's usually news and politics and stuff like that. And then Friday night, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something. And then Saturday will be the debate game show. If I'm free Saturday night, which this Saturday night I may not be. I've got stuff going on with my kid. Matter of fact, I don't know if I can do Friday day show because I got to pick my son up down in Alabama. But irregardless, if I do the debate show on Saturday night, that's a short format, Vince, debate show where you like give you a topic. Like if it was you and Toasty, I would say, your prompt is MAGA's the right choice or something like that. And you each get 1 minute for an opening. And this is all off the cuff. There's like no notes, no AI, no nothing. You get 1 minute for the opening each, 5 minutes back and forth, and then 2 minutes, and then a minute each closing. And then we have 3 judges that decide whether or not you win or lose. And if you win overall, at the end of the night, we usually have between 8 and 10 people debating. If you win, you get $100.
Oh, cool.
A cool, crisp electronic hundo sent to you.
There you go. Nice.
Very cool.
Because nobody uses the mail anymore. And
true.
And but yeah, so I'm trying to get back into my normal schedule. It's been a little hard. I know that like one of my judges is down for the count because he just had back surgery. The other Tyler's one of my normal judges. Glenn is one of my normal judges, and I can usually find a third one. But hopefully Saturday night we'll be bringing it back. I've been like I said, I've been traveling the last month and a half, so I gotta get out of here. You guys have a great rest of your night. I don't think anybody's even here. I think everybody's left. Everybody's gone. We've just been bullshitting with each other.
Probably on by ourselves.
Yep.
Right.
Everybody go do all the things you got to do, and have a great rest of your night. I'm gonna punch out, and we'll see you later.
All right.
Bye.
Later, guys.